Howdy, folks. Corky Duke Farminator here. Come with me if you want to. This is Farming Simulator 22, Michigan Farms map, Michigan Pizza and Donut Farm Part 59. And it's been a couple of days since I've live streamed. I've taken a little break, but I'm back and I'm ready to do it to it. We have harvesting here. We got harvesting. All right. We got harvesting elsewhere too. That's my wheat. Where's my oat harvester? Right there. And my mowers. How much grass do I have? $810,000. All right. It's got to turn into grass. Oh, excuse me. Did I already do that side? I don't think I did. I'm not going to worry about it. Let's see what happens when I don't do that. gonna work. Let's do what I know works. All right. Got it. Yeah. All right. Alrighty. Alrighty. I'm going to work more on creating silage out of straw. This one. We've got plans to try and do some with some shade. If I have enough corn for my other needs, and the cereal and my seed making. I could always use the barley. But I've already used up all the barley for seed. Haven't I? I sure have. How much seeds do we got? Not a whole lot. Maybe I better concentrate the corn on the cereal and seed. Excuse me. Come on. Almost ran into my own worker. Alright, is he going with this? Looks like it. But he did a good job too. All right. I get some silage being made, so I'll send this right to the farm supply factory to start making silage of it. Dang it. The fact that this game looks at a row of straw almost like a speed bump is absolutely ridiculous. It's freaking straw. It's not concrete. What are you doing? What the hell? See, look at that. It's straw. And combine's acting like it's a speed bump. Look at that. Yep. Get your shirt on. Get into bed a lot earlier. He's starting school. He's got used to staying up until 11 o'clock. And now he's going to bed a lot earlier. Excuse me, straw stoppage. There we go. Get in there. Get in there. Get. Go in there. All right. Man, you've got to be kidding me. All right. Oh man, how did I miss that? Wow. You went all the way down on this end when you knew where they were. And stupid is his name. What? Oh, come on.
Hey,
What's up, buddy?
I'm going over here because you picked it.
Really?
I wouldn't mind on my weapon.
I get you a t-shirt that says the Monkees. They're much better than the Beatles.
Oh, where's that from?
It's a shirt that America is in distress right
Did you buy it?
now. Yep.
Right now? Today?
No.
Did you get it today?
No. A while ago.
Did you get it yesterday?
No. Long time ago.
Oh, when you voted for Donald Trump?
No, I never voted for them. Bite your tongue.
I gotta bite your tongue. Bye. Mikey. Yeah, bye. Your tongue. I gotta bite
Just
your
try and bite my tongue. Just try.
Yeah, I like Donald.
No, I don't. You know that.
Oh,
Careful.
I want to put my finger on your camera. Why do you have a laser camera?
Oh, I like it that way. I was going to see more of the field.
Oh, can you see me?
Yeah. Put there on the camera. Now you got to move over this way.
Take the whole screen. Take the whole screen. Yeah. Oh, God.
What is? I guess I need a headlamp for him. That's disgusting. Oh, where'd you get that?
The nearly.
Oh, at daycare? Okay.
The daycare. The printed it.
Yeah.
You take the picture of me on that
They
printed
printed
it,
it,
guys.
Yep, they can do that. We'll go hang that on the refrigerator.
Oh.
With a magnet. The magnets that are on the refrigerator. Tennessee Titans magnets. Okay, I'll be right back. What about you? No, come on. Dang it. What's with this thing?
Do you want the new one?
Huh?
Do you want the new one? Do you want the new one?
What?
Do you want the new one?
New one what?
Do you want the new tail?
No. I already tried that shit. It doesn't work for me. Remember?
But it's useful. You don't need
It
that.
doesn't go back. It doesn't lean back.
Ah! It
Hold
leans
on.
back on mine.
What the hell did it try to do? Ah. Come on, hit the hell. And sometimes this AI just does stupid things. Stupid things. Like this. Right here. What the hell is the problem here? Thought it could do it without the headlamp, but no, can't do it. And it's Oh. Oh. Keep hitting the wrong buttons. I wonder if it's not performing like I want it to because I'm hitting the wrong damn buttons. What are you? Oh! What the hell are you doing? I thought we had this solved. What the hell? I really hate the AI in this game. Man, I fucking hate it. Can't do simple fucking things. You're gonna let that sign get in your way. Unbelievable. Oh, freaking believable. No, it's There's only no missed spots, so he did a good job. Finally. See, look at this. This is straw, not speed bumps. What the fuck? The last week, I don't think I harvested that one yet. 2 more wheat fields to go. Okay, let's look at here. Oats harvested. This is field 18. What's it going to be next year? Corn. Ah. Come on! Fuck is the problem? God! How could the mower miss that? Come on, man. Got too much to do. Not enough of this stuff. Not enough of this stuff can be done with the AI, like Galen here. I just got to go ahead and get it done, and that way the AI can wrap them and pick them up too. Oh.
Donald Trump, you sorry son of a bitch. 2 bags of groceries for $46. I run into my constituents at this store every few days. And they all complain about your bullshit economy, rightly so. You will fuck the American people. And we deserve so much more than your piece of shit Trump economics. The only thing you ever said true is what you said yesterday. You don't give a shit about what you've done to our pocket, right? Because you don't go to the grocery store, you piece of shit. You're worthless. You're worthless. And the American people deserve so much more than this garbage. And I hope that everybody that voted for you now fucking finally figures it out.
There's some that still ain't.
Welcome to the consequence phase of voting. They told you he was a con artist who only cares about himself. Turns out it was actually true, guys. A lot of us knew it, but those 3-time MAGA voters, I wonder how they're doing now. Probably as shitty as the rest of us. If you haven't already, make sure to leave a like on the video, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
I was wrong. This time last year, I thought I was a Trump sword. As of today, I feel like we got fucking played, bro. We didn't vote for this shit. We didn't vote for Israel. We didn't vote.
You absolutely did, because we told you what was happening. And you laughed at us.
This is not at all.
You said we had Trump derangement.
We didn't vote
you called
for
us
redacted
delusional.
Epstein files. We voted for transparency. Republicans versus Democrats.
How are you going to vote for transparency when a man is all over the Epstein file? He's not going to reveal to you what's in those, because he knows he is. He knows he's done something really horrible in there too. Otherwise, he wouldn't be trying so hard to hide them, prevent them from being released. He's done something really, really bad, and he knows it too.
You're based beneath it. It was like, well, what do you expect when it comes down to it? You know, this is the part specifically where we all suffer together. I'm so excited. We've been suffering together for many months now, even years, arguably. Let's keep at it.
Vice President Harris was going to give us $20,000 if we were buying our first house.
Yep.
But you chose the eating the cats and the dogs guy. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. That's who you thought was a better choice. And now we're at war, and everything's more expensive, and that's who you chose. Thank you.
I mean, she had an actual housing plan with real money attached to it. That is very true. She also called Trump out on all the BS. I mean, and you ended up picking a guy who bankrupted the casino. Again, not you, but little 3-time MAGA voter who's probably unlikely to be clicking on this video and watching right now, but we know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. Now, you, me, even they can't afford groceries. So hopefully they're having the day they deserve.
Do y'all remember when Trump was campaigning, he said starting day 1 he was going to end inflation and make America affordable again? But then when he got in office on day 2, he imposed a tariff on Mexico and Canada of 25% starting February 1st, which is then going to cause goods to go up in price, including produce, aluminum.
Not only that, but during his campaign, he said he's going to make America affordable again. When his policies don't make America affordable again, all of a sudden, now affordability is a hoax created by the Democrats. What the fuck? Are you people catching this?
Lumber, paper supplies, gas. It has reversed medicine pricing policies, which will cause medicines to go up, as well as rolled back a Civil Rights Act. It has removed a women's reproductive right website. But don't worry, y'all, he wasn't going to take away our rights. Are y'all starting to believe Project 2025 yet? Also, have you noticed ever since TikTok came back, you haven't seen one thing of news on your algorithm unless someone you follow reposts something? Yep, that's because the government owns TikTok now. But to inform you, today there was a school shooting in Tennessee. More wildfires started in California. But your president is more worried about LGBTQ flags hanging from buildings, as well as federal employees getting back to the office and taking away our rights left and right. You voted for him, you are a clown. Y'all fucked around and now you're finding out.
Absolutely. He told you exactly what you wanted to hear. Exactly what you wanted to hear. Chose not to believe everyone who warned you, and now we're here. This is what voting on vibes gets these people. What it gets us. We didn't do it, but oh man, it sucks to really reap the consequences of things we try to warn people about who are now barely just waking up. A little too late.
I want to show you guys something. This is why I get pissed off. Pump stops at 150. I'm not even at 3/4 of the tank. And here's the reason why. Because it's $5.50 for a gallon of freaking diesel. And y'all wonder why some of us are pissed off. Because we use our trucks to make a living. Because I don't need a single stay-at-home MAGA mom telling me I'll deal with it for a little bit longer if it just makes us better as the nation. Shut up.
Good impression. Genuinely really good impression. I mean, hey, they wanted to own the libs so bad that they lit their own wallets on fire. You know, these gas prices aren't happening to you. You voted for them. And here we are, having to pay so much more than we wanted.
Are you ready for this? I don't think you're ready for this. So you know how Donald Trump has been complaining that the reflective pool at the Lincoln Memorial is looking all run down and he wants to repaint it? Well, he's going to do it. And here's where it gets interesting. He didn't send out a bid. He didn't get a bunch of contractors to submit a bid and award it to the lowest cost, highest quality contractor. No, he skipped that whole process and hired his personal pool boy to do the job. And here's where it gets super interesting. He's paying him with this no bid contract $6.9 million to drain the pool, slap some blue paint on it, and fill it up again. His personal pool boy is making almost $7 million. Your money and my money. Yeah.
They're not even pretending to hide the grip anymore. Of course they aren't. $7 million for a pool guy while you're choosing between rent and food. That's the respect that he has for you and I. And also you, Mr. or Mrs. 3-time MAGA voter, who again probably isn't here, but still, no respect for you either. So, hope you're happy for you.
You know why you didn't work? Because you were thinking too hard. Bluetooth Gold is literally built for turning your mind to fun. It helps with the physical side and helps relieve any mental chaos. So instead of your mind overthinking and ruining the moment, you actually feel ready. Get it for yourself at Bluetooth.com. No awkward doctor's visits, no awkward anything.
You, a nobody Texas hillbilly single mom, married to Mr. Preston. Please. You know what? If you're married to him, I'll quit my job. No, better yet, I'll hate myself.
This is the most corrupt administration in our country's history. So Donald Trump has created a giant $1.8 billion slush fund. And guess who's paying for this thing? You are. This whole thing, this is just all taxpayer money that he's taking from you without the approval of Congress. And he's doing this so he can give cash to his friends and allies and people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. Now, let's be clear about this. This is
That's
the
to make
most corrupt
sure
administration in our
that
country's
they're there
history.
for him in
They have
2028
endless
when he
ideas
refuses to
and
leave
schemes
office.
to make
Just
themselves
watch.
richer and their loyalists and
He's
friends
got his
richer. But when it
own
comes
local
to
militia,
making your life easier,
ICE agents, and
lower
these
your bills,
fuckheads.
they never quite have the time for that. They said we don't
You
have
think
enough
January
money for
6th was
American
bad?
healthcare and hiring
Just wait till
for
January
DHS.
6th and
But they can always
2029.
find the money to reward
Gonna get
their
even
MAGA
worse.
allies. So stay
That
tuned as they
fucker
fight to
is
shut
not gonna
down
go
the slush
anywhere.
fund because it's corrupt. Plain and simple.
Constitution be damned.
Very true. You know, this is the entire business model. Funnel taxpayer money to billionaires while telling you the real problem is people on food stamps, and it's working exactly as designed. It truly is.
To all of you Trump supporters out there, you got played so badly by Donald Trump. His entire campaign promise to you was we're going to lower prices. Now, just today, He said it's going to be very hard to lower grocery prices. After saying he could do it like that, it would be so easy. And Donald Trump also recently said that he couldn't guarantee that his tariffs won't raise prices. So congratulations, MAGA. Not only are you not getting lower prices, but instead you're getting higher prices because we pay the tariffs. All of us were telling you before the election, this would happen, that Donald Trump's policies are only going to raise prices. He can't just magically lower the price of groceries. You didn't listen. So have fun.
Every single person who said he's a businessman, he'll lower prices, just got the most expensive economics lesson of their life. You were the mark the whole time.
To every American worried about the economy, to every American concerned about prices and jobs and all of it, Donald Trump has some very reassuring words, which is, it's actually really good you just can't help.
To stop them to have nuclear on their mind, and we're not going to let them have a nuclear weapon, and we've done a hell of a job, and I think we're going to be finished with that very quickly, and they won't have a nuclear weapon, and hopefully we're going to get it done in a very nice manner. Factory construction, as you heard today, also is up. Housing starts are up, and consumer spending is up. All things that we have.
The only thing that's up is your lies.
We're seeing again when we inherited, when we started, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country.
Not true at
I'm
all.
not saying it, but the economy is awesome. What I would suggest is don't take my word for it. Go to the grocery store, go to any gas station, look at the inflation rate, look at the jobs numbers, and just decide for yourself. Don't go, well, David says one thing and Trump says another. No, I showed you what Trump said. Fact check. And I think it will come out on the side of the facts.
Absolutely. The economy is only amazing if you're already rich enough that none of this touches you. It doesn't matter. It's another 0.00001% tax to you, essentially. You know, for everyone else, it's a slow motion disaster with, I guess you could say, a victory lap soundtrack added to it. It sucks. A little bit of non-suckage, but it's like 99.9% suck.
$6.15 for a half a pound of Greek hot sweet pepper. What the hell? Is this what you voted for? The highest fucking food cost I've ever seen in my entire life. $9 for some damn pizza sauce. $10 fucking for a small pack of Starbucks coffee.
We tried to tell you.
Got a dang sweet treat for the
No,
dog.
don't even try to
No,
say
sweet treat for the dog.
nobody told
Sorry.
me. Because we
What
tried
do
to tell you.
I just
What's up, Austin? How you doing?
Because look at that. Clearance, $8.39. I'm telling you right now, we're going to be paying $100,000 for a loaf of bread before this administration is over. The same administration that told us that on day one energy prices would come down, that the war in the Ukraine would be over, that the price of gas, food, and it's all going to be American. If you go on their Instagram page right now, they're telling you it isn't. Only we can see our wallets bill.
This is what Trump's beautiful economy looks like in real life when you're not a Mar-a-Lago member. And of course, but sure, let's give more tax cuts to billionaires because
They need it,
that's
right?
somehow helping the working class out.
Groceries cost more, gas costs more, and your paycheck hasn't gone up, and the government thinks we're okay with this? Inflation hit 3.8%. That means that you are paying 4% more on everything you buy since last year. Yet your income didn't go up at all. You are literally getting poorer every month without even losing your job. Like today, I went on a fucking drive, and I usually pay $20, okay? It costs me $20 fucking dollars to get there. $35 fucking dollars. $35 fucking dollars I spent on fucking gas to get up there. Wars drive up oil, oil drives up everything, and we're the ones suffering for it while the politicians argue. So basically, they released UFO files this week. Trump is about to fly to China. Inflation's more than ever, and so is gas. What the fuck is going on?
Well, we're getting screwed. Wages stay flat, prices go up, and somehow we're still pretending trickle-down works. Every month you get poorer and poorer and poorer and poorer, and they get richer, 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 and richer. That's just how the system is working. It's just exactly as intended.
Analysts are warning us that the price of gasoline is about to skyrocket to over $7 per gallon nationwide. So on Monday, the last shipment of oil came through the Strait of Hormuz. This is before we started the war with Iran. Analysts are warning that by June 1st, the national average for gas, not localized, this is the national average for gasoline in the United States, is going to be topping $7 per gallon. This is mind-blowing. This is going to cripple so many people, so many families. Do you understand the impact, the domino effect that this is going to have on all consumers, on groceries, on gas, on any goods that we need to purchase? On top of gas prices just skyrocketing, it's going to cause a domino effect across the entire board.
Horrible. You know, get ready, because when gas hits $6, $7, $8 in some areas, it doesn't just hurt the pump, it makes everything more expensive. They'll still blame Biden somehow, some way, while cashing their donor checks in. Excited for that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't, please make sure you leave a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll catch you in the next one. See you later.
Our brother, he's fine. Mostly charming, unpredictable. Take a look at it. And there's an empty night.
Do you like supporting independent artists? On Redbubble, there's something for everybody's space and style, and you can truly let your self-expression shine. From sending a gift to a friend, to revamping your space, to creating a cozy corner for your pet, the possibilities are truly endless with Redbubble. And the best part is, you're supporting a community of over 700,000 artists globally. If all of this sounds up your alley, visit redbubble.com to find your next special piece.
Why did you stop? You weren't supposed to stop.
It was always going to come to this. The very same Republicans who swallowed their principles, removed their spines, silenced their deep concerns about Donald Trump's lack of principles, or stability, or sanity, are the very same ones today sounding the loudest alarms about Donald Trump's foreign policy. Prominent Republicans now openly and publicly wondering if the leader of their party, their movement, and the country appears to be on the verge of making a deal with Iran that leaves the United States of America worse off than before the war with Iran began. As Donald Trump now finds himself stuck between relaunching a deeply unpopular war that is causing deep economic anxiety and pain for every American and eroding his political coalition, the standing of his party, or, for number two, accepting a deal with Iran that has the potential to leave the current Iranian regime strengthened and in a stronger position with more leverage than they were in and than they had at the start of the war. Republican Senator Roger Wicker, who notably is the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, wrote this, quote, "The rumored 60-day ceasefire with belief that Iran will ever engage in good faith would be a disaster. Everything accomplished by Operation Epic Fury would be for naught!" Exclamation point from Mr. Wicker. Texas Republican Ted Cruz had this to say, quote, "I am deeply concerned about what we are hearing about an Iran deal," in quotes, being pushed by some voices in the administration. But the result of all that is to be an Iranian regime still run by Islamists who chant death to America, now receiving billions of dollars, being able to enrich uranium and develop nuclear weapons, and having effective control of the Strait of Hormuz, then that outcome would be a dangerous mistake, end quote from Ted Cruz. Even Lindsey Graham is saying the quiet part out loud these days. Quote, "It makes one wonder why the war started to begin with, if these perceptions are accurate," end quote. Now, time will tell if Lindsey Graham or Ted Cruz, or Roger Wicker for that matter, these ride-or-die allies of the president, who have today become voices of dissent over the framework or outlines of a deal with Iran will fall into line, as they have every single time over the last decade. But in the same way the broken clock is right twice a day, Lindsey Graham is getting to a fundamental truth and unanswered question about the war with Iran. It has never been clear to the vast majority of the American people why the war was started to begin with, or what the objectives were, or whether we would know we succeeded. In the early days of the war, Donald Trump had called for regime change very publicly, saying help is on the way. But Iran's brutal dictator has been replaced with that brutal dictator's son. Then it was said that the point of the war with Iran, this was something Marco Rubio said publicly, was to eliminate Iran's missile program and nuclear program and degrade their military. But we know that U.S. intelligence believes that Iran has retained significant military capabilities and that the nuclear program has hardly been damaged. Now, as Tom Nichols writes in The Atlantic, quote, now the president will end up having to sign off on a set of terms that will likely make the JCPOA, the Iran deal signed by the Obama administration, look demanding by comparison. And the U.S. proposal, the New York Times reports, quote, focuses on ending Iran's blockade at the Strait of Hormuz, something that was not an issue before the war started. In any case, Donald Trump may not sign off on any deal as the ceasefire is looking very shaky at the moment. U.S. forces launching strikes overnight, what CENTCOM said were, quote, self-defense strikes on missile sites and Iranian boats that were planting mines. Iran's regime is threatening to retaliate against these new strikes. Donald Trump lurching toward a potential endgame with the war in Iran is where we begin today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. Deputy Secretary of State, former Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman is here. She led the U.S. negotiating team that reached an agreement on the Iran nuclear deal in 2015. Also joining us, the aforementioned staff writer at The Atlantic, Tom Nichols, is here. He's a professor emeritus of national security affairs at the U.S. Naval War College. Ben Rhodes will join us in a moment. Ambassador Sherman, let me start with you and your thoughts on these very notable, as I call them, ride or die allies of Donald Trump, sounding very public alarms about what's been reported about a possible deal.
I feel like it's a little bit of deja vu, because when we were doing the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, better known as the Iran nuclear deal, these were the voices that were saying it is a bad deal. It doesn't take care of everything. It doesn't stop everything forever. Indeed, it was a deal that was quite sustainable for a long time and certainly could have been extended through and good negotiations. That said, we're in a very different place now, as you pointed out. Before the president started this war of choice, this ill choice, the Strait of Hormuz was open. There was freedom of navigation, and now he has to spend all his time figuring out how to open the Strait of Hormuz, end our blockade, get gas prices down, which will take at least 2 or 3 months to be achieved once this is accomplished, all the while not really having started negotiating on the nuclear issues, right? Figuring out how to verify or monitor any of it, including the end of the Strait of Hormuz. So lots of details and very little substance so far.
I mean, let me just ask, I mean, it seems like an undeniable conclusion to say that we are worse off, we are in a worse position in terms of leverage and accomplishments now than before the war started. What, I mean, I want to say what were they thinking, but I don't, I mean, if you have, what were they thinking, Ambassador?
I have no idea. I've stopped trying to understand how the president thinks, other than sometimes being quite impulsive. Look, we always knew, and every administration, Democrat and Republican, had gamed out the use of the Strait of Hormuz as leverage. This was nothing new. We had all gamed out that, in fact, it could start an Arab-Persian war, that Iran could attack our allies and partners in the Gulf. This is nothing new. But in fact, President Trump moved forward, and all of those things happened. So the points of leverage are now quite clear. that Iran has. And even if the Strait of Hormuz is reopened, if the blockade ends, if gas prices stabilize over the months ahead, we will be nowhere where we need to be, and we will all understand that at any point, Iran can do this.
We're in no kind of games. You can carefully look with the largest selection of board games, role-playing games, and dice, and board games.
Again. Let me give you a chance to respond to Mike Pompeo, who I think is insulting Trump by insulting you, but I don't think it lands as the flex Mike Pompeo thinks it is, especially once the White House spokesperson, Stephen Chung, gets the F-bombs involved. But let me read you Mike Pompeo's statement and let you respond. Quote, the deal being floated with Iran seems straight out of the Wendy Sherman, Robert Malley, Ben Rhodes playbook. Pay the IRGC to build a WMD program and terrorize the world. Not remotely America first, it's straightforward. Open the damn strait, deny Iran access to money, take out enough Iranian capability so it cannot threaten our allies in the region. Overdue, let's go. I think what he means to do is to threaten Donald Trump's, virility with a comparison, an unfavorable one to you. But what he reveals to the world is that Trump has been completely bamboozled by the people around him that pales in comparison to the universe.
I think Lindsey Graham, in the quote that you showed, said it exactly right. It makes you wonder why we went down this road to begin with, because we are in a place that is much tougher. Look, negotiating with Iran is very difficult. They are tough guys. All guys, and they are the largest state sponsor of terrorism. They are. This isn't a regime any of us wanted. The president started all this by saying we have the backs of the Iranian people. That's gone by the wayside. The president, ostensibly of Iran, started to restore the internet today to give people access, but they've been using VPNs to figure out what's going on in the world. But the lives for Iranian people are worse, not better, than when this all started.
Let me just, for close viewers, I'll share what Stephen Chung, White House spokesperson, had to say in response to Mike Pompeo. Mike Pompeo has no idea what the F he's talking about. He should shut his stupid mouth and keep the real work to the professionals. He's not really doing this happenings will have you know. With friends like that, I'm not sure who needs enemies, comical.
Yeah, that's some top-notch communicating.
I'm like 10 years retired, and I could have done better than that.
The guy's really on top of his game, and this, as I said when I wrote this was a little glimpse into what I think is kind of sweaty panic inside the White House. That this is all going south on us. Our own allies, our own most sycophantic supporters. I mean, when you're getting scored on by Lindsey Graham, that's going to sting. But I'll take a whack at the thing asked Ambassador Sherman. What were they thinking? I think two things are clear. One is that Donald Trump thought this would be a war that would bring him glory. I think that's what he was thinking. I shall be the liberator of Iran. And I think the second thing they were thinking is this regime will collapse. And I think everything we've been going through for the past 2 months, all of these operational successes that aren't amounting to a strategic effect, are all because once the regime didn't collapse, you weren't going to get all the other stuff you wanted.
Right.
If the regime collapsed overnight, and a more compliant regime had come into power, you'd say, okay, now we're going to talk about terrorism. Now we're going to talk about the Strait. Now we're going to talk about nuclear stuff. But once that didn't happen, they didn't know what to do. And they still don't know what to do. And I think what you're seeing now is the kind of, again, this kind of panicky, sweaty search for a face-saving exit. I think that's what, this, it's forcing CENTCOM into saying things like, well, these were self-defense drones. These are obviously meant to be demonstrative. They're meant to show that we can still hit Iran. But to what end? What is it they think they're going to get out of this now that the regime is obviously going to stay? The Iranian people have been abandoned. and now, as the ambassador just said, worse off than they were. The notional idea that the Iranians could choke off the Strait of Hormuz is now a reality, and we've spent billions of dollars and a lot of our weapons stocks, and for what?
The strain that Trump is putting on his own party with what Republican senators call selfishness. The sound you hear is, of course, Election Day in America. We'll keep following these primaries, and voters in Texas are coming out in the Republican primary. And they are looking down the barrel of what some view as a MAGA civil war, where Donald Trump has picked the anti-Republican re-election side. That's what Senate Republican people are saying. So kind of an unusual headline if you think about it that way. This is a runoff. You might have heard about it. Police who have an embattled incumbent Republican, John Cornyn, and the very controversial, once impeached, scandal-plagued Ken Paxton, who netted a Trump endorsement, and that's got Republican senators' strategy bad. They say it makes it less likely that they'll hold the Senate. Some have called this a brutal primary that leaves Republicans in tatters. Of course, it all depends on whether the eventual nominee can win. But it paves the way.
That was planted last month.
Rising star in the
So next month that'll be cut. I'll be
again, the Republicans say it's
get my first cut in there. And that's going to be, that is
at turning this seat
field
blue.
20, so that's going
If you're watching
to
the news going, I feel like I've heard about this before, it is true. We have heard many times about efforts to that have not actually won. Or as the kids would say,
be potatoes next year.
But why is this time different? Well, Paxton has more than your usual amount of MAGA baggage. He had 2 federal corruption indictments. He was impeached for alleged fraud, obstruction of justice. His wife filed for divorce amid these allegations, and those are allegations. Of course, the divorce proceeding can go on in court, but it is a matter of public record for voters to be aware of that there are allegations of false affairs. I will note he was acquitted in his impeachment, and he has asserted that he is innocent of all corruption charges. But this is politics, not a court of law. The Republican senators were basically unanimous at wanting the non-impeached, non-scandal-plagued incumbent Republican to be their choice. The candidacy has divided many, including even some couples.
It's not a great choice either one, really, but I think I lean towards Paxton for sure. He's local. Cornyn hasn't always been with the Republicans the way I would like. But it was a tough choice. But I did vote for Paxton on the run home.
What are your thoughts about Paxton? Crook. Yeah, that's it. Period. He's just a crook.
That's an independent topic.
When the economy is taken into account this summer, people plan their trips, they think about gas prices, they think about what they can afford, and it's less under Trump. Here was a White House official there today.
Ingredient takes an hour to cook and not work. I doesn't work. Future gold is free. It's got 4 ingredients in 1 tablet. It gets faster in your system than a pill. Works in your brain and your body. Not just one or the other. It starts working on an average of 15 minutes and it lasts all night. And the best part, shows up at your door completely discreet. But he has to know like
We'll have this field to cut next month.
Try 2 months and
I won't have to wait 2 months in between for the next cutting. That works. It works out really good.
Green one that actually works. His confidence hits different.
Hit the right damn button.
His ultimate time is over 15 minutes on average and can last up to 36 hours. Your Jet Ready is the perfect eating.
Can't blame the AI when I'm hitting the wrong button.
It's also
Don't you know?
3 times stronger than generic heat eggs. And 81% of men say they prefer ready over other heat. I get why. It gets prescribed 100% online and ships to square. And it starts at only $8 for those fast acting, long lasting, and profitable. Check out Jet Ready today.
The thing that I
I've seen when I look at credit card data and other things that I can get for the private sector is that a lot of people have been spending more money at gas stations. They've been spending more money on everything else, which means that they're still very, very optimistic about the state of the economy.
You can ask yourself whether transferring your planning and your budgeting to your credit card reflect, quote, optimism or just the crunch of the fact that things are more expensive and people want to credit spending to say, all right, we'll do the July 4th trip on the card and we'll figure the rest out later. It's more reality than optimism. It's a rising price problem. It's self-promised and it's down fairly quick. 59% meanwhile say Trump likes weather sharpness. Many people are skeptical of his health problems. He says he got a clean bill of health after a third in-person doctor visit, which was over a year. Skeptics, though, have been raising questions about everything from the appearance of his hands to recent events where he has his eyes closed in meetings, whether you call that a nap or something else, with the eye or the closed eye of the beholder. I want to bring it to the New York Times while John Fast and Michelle Volker, New York Times, also analyst for FMS Now. Michelle, we start with Texas, where I want to be objective. If Paxton gets the nomination with Trump's help and ultimately holds the seat, and it may cost them a little more, but it would feel like voters. If they blow a seat, though, in a red state because Trump just didn't care about holding the Senate, that would really be something.
Yeah, I mean, it would be astonishing. This has been the white whale for Democrats for as long as I've been covering politics. The idea of a Democratic senator from Texas, and I think most people who follow Texas think that Hillary Clinton has a better chance against Paxton because he is so plagued by both in terms of kind of bribery and corruption, but also just in terms of this very ugly and messy divorce. At the same time, the amount of the way that the Republican senators are showing so much kind of angst and sense of betrayal over Donald Trump stabbing John Cornyn in the back, it's like, this is the line for you? I mean, to me, that's what's astonishing, is that you see them all saying, well, now we're going to stand against the ballroom, right? Now we're going to stand against the slush fund. Now we're going to vote for a war powers resolution, because how dare you take out our friend John, or potentially help take out our friend John Cornyn. And I think it just goes to show how utterly insular they are, right? That this is the line that Trump can cross that will finally make them say, this man is out of control.
Yeah, I mean, your criticism makes a deep point. If you remember in The Dark Knight, where the Joker says, and this is his cynical view, he says people are only as good as they're allowed to be. And whatever the cowardice or narrowness, or you call it insularity, of these Republican senators, apparently they are only as independent as they think they're allowed to be, and having watched a move that in the narrow map of the Senate, they perceive, let's put aside whether it's happening, because I think we don't know, they perceive it as materially making it more likely they lose the Senate. And that, as you say, unloads them to say, well, maybe we will stand up against your ball.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and what's so bizarre, too, is that it's actually only by kind of standing up against Trump in these very small ways that they might have a chance, I think, or have a better chance of holding the Senate.
About this, doing some research, a nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year pays more than $12,000 a year in taxes. Does that really make sense? If people want me to pay more millions, then let's have that debate. But don't pretend, that that's going to solve the problem. You could double the taxes I pay, and it's not going to help that teacher in Queens. I promise you.
Putting aside his defense of his tax record, which is sort of what he's answering the question on, he advocates eliminating the entire federal tax bill for those lower income people. And so my question to you on the politics is, why do you think he views that as popular right now? I mean, that would have been lefty radical 10 years ago.
Well, I'm not sure if he does really advocate for it. I mean, he throws it out in an interview as a way to deflect from the question of whether his own taxes should be raised, right? But if you support the Republican Party, as Jeff Bezos does, you are kind of de facto not supporting lowering taxes.
Agreed. That's what I'm saying. He's with the president, so we know where he is. Our policy, is there something that he thinks is popular?
I think that a lot of these, especially in the technology industry, right, they know that artificial intelligence, or at least they suspect that artificial intelligence is going to be terrible for a lot of people's jobs. And they know that there's going to be
sort of metaphorical pitchfork wielding mobs coming for them, right? They're already fantastically unpopular. And so you see them kind of paying lip service to things like eliminating their tax burden, a universal basic income. They throw all these ideas around, but they never actually then kind of support redistribution when it actually counts.
This is the easiest stuff we've been part.
Look at that. Who else is going to get this place to the 4th of July? Second use the second set ahead.
Oh, so, yes.
Nation. In George Washington's Mount Vernon, his story remains, preserved in a place for history unfolded. George Washington's Mount Vernon is home where the past is.
Oh, we should have enough wheat for my chickens for a while. Hopefully until next year. That is what.
On night one of the Colbert Report back in the day, I said, anyone believe the news to you, I promise to feel the news had. And I don't know about you, but I sure have felt it.
I'm not here about Paramount. They wanted me to read this statement. Paramount strongly believes in covering both
I got this wheat for
any black hole that is swallowing everything we know and love.
That's what we thought America was, just the land of the free, the greatest democracy. That was what it was.
That was it, yeah.
Still is, hopefully.
I mean, that's what it was. I think that, look, there's no question that this show was taken off the air for political reasons. And I think even in Trump 1, it would have been unthinkable that these kind of TV networks and that these media oligarchs would be, kind of listening to Donald Trump about programming decisions, both because I think maybe they thought that Donald Trump was a transient phenomenon and they would be ashamed to have done that. And now we've seen this mass capitulation, not by the American people, but by these, kind of ostensible elites. It is so shameful and it's so short-sighted. Unless they really think that they are just going to, that there's going to be some sort of authoritarian consolidation and they're never going to have to answer to an opposition party. If there ever are Democrats back in power, I hope that there will be a lot of hearings about the sort of decisions that these various owners have made to kind of curry favor with this administration.
And Molly,
Sherry Redstone.
you say goodbye.
And I say Sherry Redstone agreed to cancel Colbert so that she could get regulatory approval. It was pretty craven, and she set a date so she could sell Paramount to the Ellisons and was able to do it. It was pretty transparent, very craven, and also it's worth realizing that people who watch these shows don't like it, right? We've seen the CBS takeover. Barry Weiss has gone to CBS. She has made some decisions, editorial decisions, and their numbers just, their evening news numbers just keep going down. So we really do see that viewers don't like these kind of ideological decisions being made at news channels that never used to be like that.
And you think they see Colbert end, and then where do they go?
I think they followed Colbert. We'll see what Colbert does next. But what's replacing Colbert is not something similar. It's a comedy hour.
You were at that detention facility in Newark yesterday, Delaney, where multiple, there were protesters, there were members of the press, and there were a number of Democratic office holders, Anna Lillian Mejia, who we spoke to yesterday. That's footage of you having water poured in your eyes after pepper spray was fired. Can you just take us through what exactly happened?
I came out of the detention center and immediately saw that there was a very precarious and tense standoff, where you had a line of armed ICE ICE agents and an armored vehicle. You had a line of protesters there, and I was trying to do my best to de-escalate this. I put myself between the ICE agents and the protesters. At some point, ICE officials said that they're just going to push this convoy of vehicles through the crowd, and I told them, you cannot just plow your way through a crowd of civilians. I tried to stop it, tried to find an arrangement, but they continued on. So I put myself again between the agents and the crowd, and that's when they started shooting pepper balls at our feet, as well as, right past me, seeing the pepper spray. I did my best to try to
Never
keep
thought I'd
people
see the
safe,
day when
tried to
America had to
de-escalate
stop
and
those
keep,
police.
the crowd and the agents separate. But myself and a number of others certainly got irritation in our eyes. My throat was burning. It was something that was really painful to watch. I mean, Chris, I'll tell you, I have to say that the ease with which it seems like violence is emerging in our streets in America, we cannot normalize this. Violence in America, it should not be easy. It should not be inevitable. And this is something that I'm worried is going to continue on in the coming days. I can't say for certain that we're past the worst of it. But this is directly related to that Great Reconciliation Bill, and I hope the American people see it next week when we're voting on in the Senate. We cannot give ICE billions of dollars more with no accountability when American families are getting nothing here and nothing to help them with their affordability crisis.
Senator Andy Kim of New Jersey was in that detention there yesterday in between protesters and those agents outside that DHS detention facility. Thank you so much for your time.
Today, activists are holding a third day of protest at the site of the president's proposed 250-foot tall triumphal arch. The administration is fighting lawsuits filed by Vietnam vets and others who have sued to stop construction near the entrance of Arlington National Cemetery.
Veterans, look what you get for free. Solid metal, real weight, gold finish, honoring those who serve, built to last, just like your service. 3 coins, all yours free when you order this personalized t-shirt with your branch, your rank, your name. Limited coins available. Tap shop now before they're gone.
Here at Noble Knight Games, we've been carefully growing the world's largest selection of tabletop games for 25 years. Fresh fit new releases, finely aged vintage classics, and hard-to-find imports. You can buy, sell, trade, and play with us at our store in Fitchburg, Wisconsin. Or shop online 24/7 from anywhere in the world, just like nature intended. Grown fresh daily at Noble Knight Games.
We shouldn't have no arch. That is not an honor to veterans. That is just, an ego trip to this president. And it's on our taxpayer money. And it shouldn't be big. We need that money more for veterans benefits. We need it for housing, for health care.
Nothing hurts me more for the military to think of one person more important than all the people that have died for this country.
Joining me now is Democratic Congressman from California, Jared Huffman. He's the top Democrat on the House Natural Resources Committee, which oversees the National Park Service. He has gone to the site where the arch is being constructed. So, Congressman, in an op-ed, Republican Senator Jim Banks argued that public beauty is a gift and the arch's design revives the classical architecture of the Capitol, the Washington Monument, and the Jefferson Memorial.
Steve,
is beauty in the eyes of the beholder when it comes to the triumphal arch?
You're almost out of butter.
Well, it certainly is. And the one thing that shouldn't be in the eyes of the beholder is the law. We have a bipartisan law passed in the 1980s, the Commemorative Works Act, that lays out a thoughtful process, how to do it right when you're changing the United States Capitol. Donald Trump has flouted that law and, just seems to think that he's the king and he can build these tributes to himself all over Washington, D.C.
Well, I think you know that the Trump administration claims they don't actually need Congress to approve of the arch because they're just building on the plans for another project that was approved over 100 years ago, which just was never built. And it's on that exact same spot. So what, if anything, can you and your committee actually do about it? Because as we saw firsthand, you saw it, there's a picture of it when our cameras run with you, the work's already started.
Yeah, they didn't want us to see it, so we had to look behind the curtain there, Chris. But they were breaking ground. It certainly was belied just the day before by the Secretary of Interior, who testified in our committee that there was not even a project, but there was just a discussion. But you mentioned this century-old authorization roughly in the same place. That was for a totally different design plan. It had nothing to do with an arch. And so if the president tries to justify rushing ahead like he did with the East Wing demolition on the basis of that century-old design plan for something totally different, that's a specious argument. And I don't think that Judge Chutkan and the federal courts will think kindly about it.
And of course, it's not just the arch. There is that giant hole in the ground where the East Wing of the White House once stood, redoing the reflecting pool. It's taking longer than expected, costing more than expected. And now we have this. New images of construction on the South Lawn for a UFC cage match that's supposed to celebrate America's 250th anniversary. All of this going on, I should point out, for the start of the summer tourism season. What do you make of this, Washington?
This is just Donald Trump trying to remake our nation's capital, our culture, and our daily lives in his image. And this is just not America. We don't have a king. We have a very diverse country. Not everybody loves UFC fights and wants to celebrate them at the White House. Not everybody wants these military parades on Donald Trump's birthday. They don't want Donald Trump's name in town. And they don't want this gaudy Arc de Trump obscuring the view of Arlington Cemetery. So all of these things, any one of them in isolation might seem fairly trivial, but the bigger picture is we've got a president who's off the rails, who thinks that the rules and the laws about our nation's capital and commemorative works just don't apply to him.
When you talk to members of your committee and folks who oversee the park,
Damn it, come on.
do Republicans express real concerns to you?
They roll their eyes. But they want to find the courage to stand up to President Trump. I'm so impressed that finally the dam broke in the United States Senate over the slush fund, and they did finally stand up to the president. I hope that we see more of that.
And before we go, I want to talk to you about redistricting, because your district in California, I think it's fair to say, was significantly redrawn ahead of the midterms. You're still in a solidly
Don't get caught in that same damn tree.
Do you have some larger overarching worries about redistricting around the country? Some of those obviously still being fought in court, and the fact that some people are predicting this is just going to cause chaos in the midterms.
Well, the chaos has already begun. I am very worried, Chris. I think we're in a race to the bottom on political gerrymandering. I don't like gerrymandering at all. I'm appalled that this Supreme Court blessed it as something that is perfectly fine to do. And what you've seen since then is just the worst gerrymandering in modern history, perhaps ever. And now, even racial gerrymandering is underway throughout the South. So my hope is that voters across the political spectrum will be disgusted by this, and that it will perhaps set the stage for nationwide redistricting reforms, so that we can just end the entire scourge of political gerrymandering and racial gerrymandering once and for all.
We have only a minute left, but there's one argument that says exactly what you just said. It's time for us to all come together and get something in place. It was every 10 years, right? The other part of it is we're in the cycle now, and it's not going to.
I'll be right back.
We are on the hamster wheel, and the hamsters aren't going anywhere. What do you think realistically is going to happen here, Congressman?
I think both those arguments are true in this moment. Certainly, Democrats cannot unilaterally disarm, given this race to the bottom that Trump has initiated. But we've got to look at the horizon and what is sustainable for this democracy, and you can't just have these cycles of gerrymandering and the worst possible abuses of the political system. We've got to reset this thing.
And my hope is that we can do that under a Democratic Congress in the near future.
Congressman Jared Huffman, thank you. Good to see you. We have some more serious business to discuss. Tomorrow, the president has called a cabinet meeting to discuss foreign policy updates, among other things. And there are several updates tonight in the Middle East. Earlier today, Iran is threatening retaliation for what the U.S. calls self-defensive strikes that happened yesterday. The U.S. spokesperson said targets included missile launch sites and Iranian boats attempting to place mines. And the Central Command continues to defend our forces while using restraint during the ongoing ceasefire. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said it could take a few more days to negotiate a peace deal, but that's just after saying over the weekend that progress has already been made.
We have what I think is a pretty solid thing on the table in terms of their ability to open up the strait, get the straits open, enter into a very real, significant time-limited negotiation on the nuclear matters, and hopefully we can pull it off. We're either going to have a good agreement or we're going to have to deal with it another way. We'd prefer to have a good agreement.
But Iran responded and said that he... Back with us tonight, Jeff Mason, White House and Washington correspondent for Bloomberg News, and Susan Blackler, staff writer for The New Yorker. Okay, Jeff, like for real, where do negotiations stand? And help us clear up what has actually been proposed.
It's a little bit like a groundhog situation, a Groundhog Day situation, Steph. We've seen so many times already where the president just said that we're close. The administration just said we're close. Iran just come back and said we're not that close. The president, as you rightly reported, on Saturday indicated that a deal was imminent, and he said that details were going to be shared shortly, and then the next day said that he was waiting for a good deal. So we know some parameters of the deal that have been outlined, but it is hard to gauge how close they actually are, and it is hard to see where it goes from here, considering the fact that you had these U.S. strikes yesterday and with Iran's threat of retaliation.
Susan, we keep hearing these veiled threats from both Marco Rubio and President Trump, but the New York Times reports that the president's pressure campaign has had little effect on Iran's terms for a peace deal. Is he going to accept that he doesn't have the leverage that he thinks he does?
I mean, look, is the sun going to come up tomorrow? I don't know. It's been raining a lot, right? I mean, you know, let's be clear, right, that Donald Trump is shredding over the course of this last month, you know, what remains of America's international credibility. You know, there's this sort of aspect of every day claiming that a deal with Iran is, you know, hours away, minutes away, days away, and it doesn't happen. It's actually been more than a month of the ceasefire being extended without any meaningful prospects for a deal. And the deal that they're talking about, by the way, would largely be an agreement to, on what terms is unclear, reopen the strait, while agreeing only to talk about in the future resolving the nuclear issue that Trump claimed was the reason that he went to war in the first place. So it's basically right now, as I understand it, they're talking about whether in the next phase they could talk about an agreement on the future of the Iranian nuclear arms program. So, you know, it's not much of a deal, and even that they haven't been able to achieve, first of all. And then I think it's so important to underscore, why does Trump keep doing this? Because it works. Because people can't believe that the President of the United States is lying to them, that he's not telling the truth, that the deal is not going to happen in the next few hours. I mean, I've seen perfectly credible, not naive and again fall into the trap over the last couple of months of thinking, okay, well, maybe Trump is exaggerating, but surely the deal is, hours or days away from happening. The markets have responded as if they believe Trump has credibility and again been caught out by it. And I think we have to say that Trump has this playbook because it, to a certain extent, works or at least buys him time.
Okay, but here's the thing. It works as it relates to the market. The market believes it, investors believe it, and the market keeps going up. But let's look at the reality of things. As far as we know, the Iranian regime is still intact. The country seems more emboldened over its control of the Strait of Hormuz than ever. Iran has denied agreeing at all to give up their enriched uranium. And meanwhile here, the cost of living has gone up, the global economy is strained, we could face all sorts of shortages in weeks and months to come. And you cannot deny that America's reputation is damaged. What do you get out of this, Jeff, besides the fact that when Donald Trump does this dance, does this shuffle, the market says, we believe you, yeah, keep going. But in reality, what is it telling us?
When you're away from the spotlight, it's time to think about what really matters.
Sides. He's got that pressure that I just identified, and then he's got the pressure that you're referring to, which is the economic consequences that the United States is already facing and will continue to face as a result of this war. Primarily the increase in prices, and specifically the increase in gasoline prices, which of course are a political albatross for Republicans and for the president going into the midterms in November.
Despite that, to Jeff's point, you are seeing some pushback from the likes of Ted Cruz, from the likes of Roger Wicker, and the fact that Lindsey Graham, who right now could be considered president of the Donald Trump fan club, the fact that they're pushing back in certain terms, what does that tell you, Susan?
No, look, remember the U.S. started this war along with its partner Israel in the region. The Israelis have been very concerned that Trump has basically sort of gone on his own in these talks with Iran. They have been concerned that Trump is cutting off the war while enabling Iran to retain much of its ballistic missile capability, in addition to its possibility of resurrecting its nuclear program. Both of those are considered to be very serious, if not potentially existential threats by Israel. So one aspect of this
is a straw. This is not a speed bump. Come on, give me a break. Look at this crap. It's straw.
As the gap has
you ever driven on straw?
What Trump's interests seem
what
to be.
The hell?
What Israel's.
Has anybody ever driven on straw? Because I have. Straw, it simply crushes. You don't bounce when you're driving a combine or a tractor over straw. How fucking stupid. It's not a speed bump.
That this is a major embarrassment for the Trump administration, and you see some of his very strong, very vocal supporters understanding that if you end the war with the Iranian regime intact, with the global economy having been disrupted, and with Iran now understanding that it can weaponize the Strait of Hormuz practically at will, and that it's a potential source of billions of dollars of revenue going forward, that's not going to be considered a victory, even in the la-la fantasy land in which Donald Trump operates on social media. And so I think some of it is simply Republicans saying, hey, wait a minute here, this isn't working out too well for us.
All right, well, let's stick with Israel, because at the same time, the president is now pushing Saudi Arabia and Qatar to recognize Israel along with several other countries in the region. He wants them to join the Abraham Accords. What is the thinking behind this? And we are so far away from the finish line of peace deal, any sort of compromise on several other very complex agreements. Why not this on the table now, Jeff?
It's a couple of things. The first thing that comes to mind to me is legacy, which is an issue or a theme that is absolutely defining President Trump's second term. And you see that at a local level, you see that in terms of the ballroom, in terms of the construction projects that he's doing here in Washington, and you see that on a policy level with regard to Iran. He often will say this is something that previous presidents should have done. Now he's wanting to be able to show that he achieved a goal in Iran and in the Middle East that other presidents were not able to do, and that includes the Abraham Accords. It was interesting to see his language about that in his social media posts. He said he wanted other countries mandatorily to join the Abraham Accords. I'm not sure that the use of mandatory as an adverb in that sense is going to actually have any kind of effect on countries that are deeply concerned about what's going on and aren't exactly lining up to sign them. That doesn't mean that it's not an approach or an effort that the president and his people are going to continue to push. It's one of the things that I think his foreign policy advisors are especially proud of from the first term and no doubt would like to extend during the second term. But the timing right now of trying to throw that all together when they don't have an Iran peace deal yet and when they continue to sort of push and pull and try to figure out where that is, it's hard to imagine that ultimate legacy driving goal getting accomplished.
That it? Got any more? Not seeing any more.
On the cover sheet, what's it going to say, the very first line? Why don't you read it for me? Sure.
Welcome back, everyone. Good to have you here with me again. So what we have today is a full-on collision between two people who have been doing this for a long time and genuinely do not agree on anything. Cliff Konechla, a Christian pastor and apologist, goes head-to-head with Matt Dillahunty, one of the most well-known atheist debaters out there, over one of the biggest questions you can possibly ask. Is Christianity actually true? And I want to tell you right now, this one gets heated. There is a moment in here where Cliff reads from his own Bible, and what comes out of his mouth completely changes the direction of the conversation. Stick with this one all the way through, because the second half is where things really open up, and you do not want to miss what happens. Before we get into it, drop a comment and let me know where in the world you are watching from right now. I genuinely love seeing where this community comes from, so tell me your city or your country down below. Alright, let us get into it.
There is so much extra-biblical evidence that Jesus really lived, died, and rose from the dead. It's incredible. The early church fathers, Clement, Bishop of Rome, Ignatius, Bishop of Antioch, Justin Martyr, the first apologist, Papias, those are contemporaries. They all knew the contemporaries, they talked with the contemporaries. They did not know the contemporaries. Absolutely they did. Ignatius, Bishop of Antioch, and Clement, Bishop of Rome knew the contemporaries of Christ. Phlegon knew some of those people as well. So did Thales. So did Celsus. So did Tacitus, Suetonius, Pliny the Younger. These were Roman historians who did not believe in Christ, but who at least had the intellectual honesty to say, yes, the historical evidence is that Jesus really lived and supposedly rose from the dead. I don't believe that's what they said. I believe that they believe pre-AD. I believe that reporting that people believe that. They're not 73 AD, in which he talks about Jesus Christ as an historical person. He was a Syrian philosopher. I'm sorry, Matt. The evidence is Jesus was a real historical person. Now, I find it interesting that you agree with me and say, yes, he was a real historical person. He just didn't rise from the dead. Well, why would you
Hey,
do
Ronnie.
that? Because there's absolutely nothing extraordinary.
Did ya?
Are you going to let me answer the question?
Are you talking about unrealistic equipment?
About the notion that there was a 10 or Jewish rabbi or a collection of them or stories
Like this 1.5 million liter hopper?
extraordinary about someone rising from the dead. Those two claims are not remotely in the same category and are not remotely establishable by the same sort of evidence. And certainly not second or third hand evidence, hearsay, decades later, just because they may have known someone who knew someone. Thank you so much for your honesty, Matt. So I'm always honest. Why do you act like you believe this has nothing to do with history? Where have I ever been? The supernatural does not exist. Therefore, I can accept Jesus historically, but I cannot accept his resurrection. No, sir. No, sir. I was not being dishonest. Not only did I not say, not only have I never said, not only have I never said that the supernatural.
Hold on, I think what we might
lie
have,
about myself, get on me about being honest. Am I going to get to talk or what? You get to talk whatever you want to.
there might have, I think there, hold on one second. What happens sometimes is, sometimes when the connection is not great, which I think tonight,
That may be.
but sometimes when the connection is not great, it'll be delayed a little bit. So I think that's maybe what's happening. So I do just want to be sure that we.
No, I agree with you, but I think it's handy. So I'm
Matt,
going to
you got
use
the
it.
floor. Go ahead.
No, it's definitely
have I
fake.
said
It's not
that the
real.
supernatural does
There's
not
no doubt
exist,
about
not
it.
in this debate nor anywhere else, and it's dishonest of you to suggest that I have. What I have pointed out, as I have tonight, is that I don't know of any way to confirm the supernatural. I'm not saying Jesus did not rise from the dead. I'm not saying I know Jesus did not rise from the dead. I'm saying you cannot demonstrate, as far as I can tell, that Jesus rose from the dead, and the claim that someone rose from the dead, whether it was by supernatural means or natural means, is far more extraordinary than that there was an itinerant Jewish rabbi. That those two claims cannot be established on the same standards of evidence. Why would you ever think that the existence of a person and the resurrection of a person could be established merely on someone's word? Keep going.
No, that's a question, dumbass.
Do you have any more? I have lots of them.
He's not going to answer it.
Sure. When I study history, I can't have different ways of determining what is historical or not. I've got to be consistent, otherwise I'm not intellectually consistent. So I have to have tests that I use to determine whether a document is historically reliable or not. And the Quran is very reliable historically. The New Testament is very reliable historically. So I read them as history. And I take them seriously, both the Quran and the New Testament. And based on the fact that the New Testament has tremendous internal consistency, is archaeologically verifiable, is supported by an amazing number of Greek manuscripts, I am convinced that the New Testament is historically reliable, but so is the Quran. The Quran's historically reliable. There really was a dude named Muhammad who lived from about 570 to 632. And historically, that's a fact. Did he ascend to heaven and was the moon split in two? I don't have the faintest idea. I don't think so.
Here is where Cliff Connectly thinks he's presenting an overwhelming case. Extra-biblical sources, Roman historians, early church fathers, Tacitus, Suetonius, Pliny the Younger. These are real names, serious historians, and Cliff drops them like they settle the argument completely. But Matt Dillahunty draws the most important line of this entire exchange. Those historians aren't confirming the resurrection happened. They're confirming that people believed it happened. That distinction is everything. A historian recording that early Christians believed Jesus rose from the dead is not evidence of the resurrection. It is evidence of the belief. The same way a reporter writing about Elvis sightings in 1990 doesn't confirm Elvis was alive. It confirms people believed he was. Then something happens that tells you a lot about how Cliff argues when the pressure builds. He misrepresents Matt's position. He says Matt's real reason for rejecting the resurrection is that Matt believes the supernatural flat out does not exist. Matt shuts that down immediately and directly. He never said that. What he said, and said clearly, is that we have no known method to confirm the supernatural. That is a fundamentally different position. One closes the door entirely. The other simply asks for a key. When a debater swaps out their opponent's actual argument for a weaker version they can handle, it usually means the real argument has no clean answer. Cliff never addresses Matt's actual challenge about demonstrating the supernatural. He replaces it with a position Matt never held. And Matt names exactly what happened right there in the moment. That kind of precision under pressure is genuinely rare.
And yet, you're talking about how the Quran is historically accurate and the Bible is historically accurate, and because you think that the Bible is historically accurate, that's good enough to justify a resurrection. But when it comes to the Quran, you don't seem to know whether or not it's enough to justify the moon split into two or Muhammad ascending to heaven. Why is that?
Because there's so many internal contradictions in the Quran that I cannot accept it as fully reliable. When I read the Gospels, there's a tremendous internal consistency, internal harmony that is mind-boggling.
What about the evidence with the facts of
Jesus
reality?
Christ really did die on a cross. He was buried in the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea. His disciples dispersed in disillusionment. They were totally blown out of the water by his death. They were not expecting to see him again. But 3 days later, he first appears to some preformed women, and then over a period of
No, not 3 days later.
500 people who see
Day
him
and a
at different
half.
times, in different places, risen from the dead. The Apostle Paul writes in 1 Corinthians 15 that Christ appeared risen from the dead to over 500 people.
Where are their stories? Where are their stories?
And you can go out and talk to these people.
Bible even says on the third day, which is not 3 days later. It's a day and a half. Friday afternoon, all day Saturday, Sunday morning. It's a day and a half at best.
Incredibly important message for humanity, and comes down and presents himself in human form and sacrifices himself to himself and wants to preserve this narrative. Why didn't God make sure that the Bible includes eyewitness accounts for those individuals?
We didn't have eyewitness accounts. Matthew was an eyewitness.
Oh, he wasn't.
Matthew was not written by Matthew, nor was it written by an eyewitness.
He don't know who wrote the gospel. But he's not honest enough to admit that.
No, baloney.
Gospels are unsigned. We have no idea who fucking
But
wrote
there's
them.
evidence supporting that. You go to the early church fathers, and they wrote about Matthew writing Matthew, Mark writing Mark, Luke writing Luke, and John writing John. It's very clear.
No, it's not.
So here, I have my Bible here. If I go to the book of Matthew on the cover sheet, what's it going to say the very first line?
Why don't you read it for me?
Sure.
See how dishonest he is?
Although the first gospel is anonymous, the early church fathers were unanimous in holding that Matthew, one of the 12 apostles, was its author. So, the early church fathers say that it's Matthew, but the book itself, there we go. The gospel itself is anonymous. Among New Testament scholars in Bible publishers, they hold that Matthew, the apostle, wrote the book of Matthew.
Who is a more reliable source of information?
Man, he can't answer any fucking question
person lived
directly.
50 to 100 years after the writing, or the person lived 2,000 years after.
He's so dishonest.
In this case, the person who lived 2,000 years after the writing, because the individual at 50 to 100 years later, 100 to 200 years later, doesn't have information to the full expanse of Christendom, of what we've discovered about the writings in order to compare them. And just like the early historians who were not contemporaries, but we're potentially talking to contemporaries, we're writing about what they've heard. They don't have the investigative ability to do it. They don't have the understanding of analyzing writing. Nothing I'm saying here is remotely controversial among New Testament scholars.
This is where Cliff Connectley walks directly into the trap he built for himself. He lays out his criteria for historical reliability: internal consistency, manuscript evidence, archaeological support. And Then he says something that should have made him pause. He says, the Quran is also historically reliable. Matt Dillahunty doesn't miss it for a single second. If both texts pass your reliability test, why does the Bible justify a resurrection, but the Quran doesn't justify the moon splitting in two? Cliff's answer is that the Quran has too many internal contradictions. But he just said both are historically reliable. He is applying the same label to two texts and then using completely different standards to evaluate their miraculous claims. That is not methodology. That is picking a conclusion first and finding reasons afterward. A real methodology has to produce consistent results when applied to competing claims. The moment Cliff's framework says yes to Christianity and no to Islam, and the only explanation is internal consistency that he applies selectively, the framework collapses entirely. It isn't a method, it's a preference wearing the clothes of logic. Then Matt asks about the 500 witnesses Paul mentions in Corinthians. Paul claims over 500 people witnessed the risen Jesus. Matt's question lands hard. Where are their stories? Not one of them wrote anything down. Not one account survives anywhere. And if the most important moment in human history happened in front of 500 living witnesses, the silence from every single one of them is something that deserves a serious answer. Then Matt reaches for Cliff's own Bible and asks him to read the introduction to the book of Matthew. Cliff reads it aloud. It says the gospel is anonymous. Not Matt's argument. Cliff's own Bible says it, right there, out loud, in his own voice.
I have no idea who wrote the gospel. No idea.
No, it's controversial for people like you, not for the scholars.
But he did it well down in New York.
So if you want to talk about earlychristianwritings.com.
Writings from John Lennox, Professor Emeritus in Mathematics at Oxford University. Read about the first woman president of MIT.
Okay.
Who's an author? She's all over
so
for you to minimize Christians as being a bunch of narrow-minded fundamentalists who can't study, that's really, really
Sir, I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, sir, I did not. That's a blatant lie. I did not care. If you're just going to try and trash everything I say because I'm pointing out what New Testament scholars say and that you don't agree with them, and if you're going to try and shut up. Shut up.
Hold on 1 second.
If you're going to try and characterize that as me painting Christians as prejudiced rubes, that is dishonest and not true. I have fought against that repeatedly, and you all people should know.
Why did you quote the Twitter message that you got? Why did you quote that, Matt? You're such an open-minded, thinking human being. Why did you quote that very, very questionable tweet?
Because, I'm going to answer it, you're going to ask me 4 times. Because that happened this week. It is someone making claims about Christianity. It is someone who participates in this chat. And I specifically said that you may not agree with it. But what you have to acknowledge is that Christianity, at the individual level, is made up of a bunch of different claims that you guys don't all agree on. That has nothing to do with who's prejudiced, who's a buffoon, who's confused. I don't know. I don't have no.
Disagree on a lot of things. So what on earth does that have to do with Jesus Christ? Nothing. Muslims disagree. That has nothing to do with Muhammad. The Shiites and Sunnis. It tells you nothing about Muhammad. Sure, there are disagreements among Christians. Sure, there are disagreements among Muslims. Sure, there are disagreements among atheists. It tells you nothing about truth and reality. It tells you that there are people who disagree. So what? What's your point?
The point is, the fact that people disagree about foundational things within Christianity mean that we need to get to a definition of what is true and what isn't true. Because 2 different Christians will tell you 2 different things and say that they're true. And they will disagree on those things.
How the fuck does he get caught like that? What the fuck?
Why are those things...
Where was he going? You're not supposed to be over there. You're supposed to be here.
Ridiculous and music, and I figured that you would very easily say, No, I don't buy into the notion that there's 5 generals of hell and 2 of them are responsible for lesbian sex. But what criteria are you going to use to determine the truth of
So you're just playing 25?
Christianity that would exclude what she thinks it is?
The moment right after that Bible reading is where you see what happens when someone gets caught by their own source and has nowhere to go. Cliff Knechtle's immediate response is to name Christian scholars. John Lennox from Oxford, the first female president of MIT. The message being sent is clear. Brilliant people believe this, so the anonymous authorship should not count against the text. Matt Dillahunty doesn't take the bait. He points out something that genuinely matters here. The anonymity of the Gospels is not a fringe position held by people who dislike religion. It is the consensus among New Testament scholars, people who dedicate their academic careers specifically to studying these texts. And here is the historical context worth understanding. The practice of attaching author names to gospel texts was a tradition that developed in early Christianity as these writings circulated without identified authors. Names like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were assigned later by church tradition, largely to establish authority and authenticity for the texts. This is documented extensively in academic biblical scholarship and is not seriously contested in those circles. Cliff knows this. His response
I get real frustrated with the AI in 22 at
it's to
times.
suggest those scholars are the outliers.
Is the AI a lot better in 25?
He says
I know it'll do headlands when you're harvested, which is kind of cool.
Testament scholars. That one sentence completely flips the framing of who actually represents the mainstream view. Then Cliff tries to make the whole thing personal. He accuses Matt of quoting that tweet about hell's generals to mock Christians and paint believers as foolish. Matt did not do that. The tweet existed for one specific reason: to ask a methodology question. If Cliff and that person both identify as Christian, and both claim their beliefs are true, what standard do you use to separate them? Which claims count and which don't? Cliff refuses to answer it and goes after Matt's character instead. And the question Matt closes with is the one Cliff genuinely cannot answer. What criteria are you using to say your version of Christianity is true, while that other person's version is not? Because if your methodology cannot do that basic work, cannot distinguish between two people who both claim the same faith, then it cannot be used to persuade anyone standing outside the faith either. That is not cynicism. That is just basic logical consistency. So what do you guys think of this? Leave your thoughts down in the comments. Please like and subscribe, and I will see you in the next video.
Alright, this is brutal for MAGA commentator Ben Shapiro, who's been rapidly losing his audience on YouTube and other platforms, and is now being forced to defend some of his earlier predictions about Donald Trump's second term. He just went on the podcast of Sam Harris, and Sam Harris talked to Ben Shapiro roughly 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, right when Donald Trump was taking office, and almost everything that MAGA commentator Ben Shapiro predicted at the time was aged very poorly, regarding tariffs, regarding all other things. And you're going to be seeing this more and more often. Top MAGA pundits and commentators no longer defend Trump in an effective manner, so just decide not to. They decide to jump ship, or they decide to act like they weren't even in favor of Trump in the first place. We will not let that happen. We will hold them accountable. We will make sure they listen to their dumbass predictions from 2 years ago or so. I mean, Donald Trump's own son, Donald Trump Jr., is tweeting out, "We'll never start an Iran war. It'll be so nice to have a president who never, ever starts a war with Iran." And now we are so deep into an Iran war that we can all feel it on a day-to-day basis. We can all feel it. Before we even jump into this clip, I want to highlight this clip of CNBC anchor Jim Cramer stuttering for 15 seconds after he's confronted with Donald Trump's corruption. It is an absurd thing to see, because for 15 seconds he stutters and stumbles in a pathetic manner when somebody brings up the fact that Donald Trump has been buying Intel stocks based on inside information he has. Yes, the President of the United States has profited $220 million just on trading companies that he has an incentive to, buy due to insider information over the past year. It is despicable, and let me show you this clip. As always, make sure to drop a like. Make sure to subscribe to the Adam Monther feed. It's thundering so bad in Chicago right now that my place is shaking, but it's kind of cozy in a way. So sit back and let's watch this clip of Jim Cramer on Squawk Box.
And what's the deal? The president, the U.S. government got in. They can sell it.
Yes, the filings, the president's been trading some intel in the quarter. Yeah.
Trade. Yeah, all right, don't worry. We're not having technical difficulties here, everybody, but we gotta go.
Jim, we'll see you tonight. Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern.
I mean, the guy literally goes non-verbal when somebody brings up Trump's corruption. I wasn't even exaggerating. He goes non-verbal.
The U.S. government got in. They can sell it. And
yes,
give that
and according to the filings, the president's been trading some intel in the quarter.
Yeah, he's trading.
Very... Very, very well said, Jim Cramer. Very, very well said. Going back to this video, this confrontation between Sam Harris and Ben Shapiro, I actually only watched the first few minutes of it, and I realized this is very golden content that I want to show you all. So let's watch it unfold and react to it together in real time.
You and I last spoke a little over a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, before Trump's election, when our friend Barry Weiss had us debate before the election. And a couple of things you said there have not aged particularly well.
I figured you were going to start here, so sure, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is not a matter of I told you so, but I just want to understand how you're doing.
A little bit, but it's okay. Go for it.
Well,
you're entitled.
The truth is, I knew I was right at the time, so there's very little satisfaction in being discovered to be right now. But two small things that could kind of give you some kind of landmarks for the conversation. One is that you thought Trump's claim that he was going to tariff people extravagantly was all bluster, and we wouldn't see any of that. And needless to say, he's tariffed nearly every member of our species, and not just our species. He's tariffed islands that have just penguins on them, apparently.
Oh, in fact, before we play the entire segment, I want to show you Ben Shapiro's prediction, or his analysis, rather. About a year ago, this was a debate done by Barry Weiss in October of 2024. Okay, so right before the election, a year and a half ago. Let's watch this moment where he talks about tariffs.
One of the things that Trump tends to do when it comes to trade agreements is talk about...
So trees don't exist in 25?
And he's going to tariff everything up to the sun, and he tends to use it as a weapon of leverage, more than he does actually just tariff things randomly.
As far as the AI is concerned?
He said that he was going to completely tariff NAFTA and do a completely new trade deal. And it turns out that the completely new trade deal looked very much like NAFTA.
It turns out that Donald Trump does tariff things very, very randomly. Okay, now let's return to this, just showing how poorly it is.
People extravagantly, it was all bluster, and you wouldn't see any of that. And needless to say, he's tariffed nearly every member of our species. Not just our species, he's tariffed islands that have just penguins on them, apparently. Also, you thought Mike Pompeo would be the Secretary of State, and rather than that, he was properly defenestrated, and I think even his security detail was pulled, even though he's on an Iranian kill list. Those strike me as small things.
I haven't played it much.
Which is I
tried playing it again. I'm still having problems with it.
That there wasn't going to be much that was fundamentally surprising about Trump's second term, and we could.
I started playing, and I'll probably start the new map. It's the Silver Run Forest. I've been playing, man, that is different. That is something totally different. Because you're hardly doing any farming, you're mostly doing lumbering and mountain work. mean,
and
it's
therefore
a big
you
mountain.
just have loyalists and grifters and maniacs.
But you got a boatyard
We're not going to protect
that you can
Trump and the
buy
country from Trump's
and
worst
makes
impulses.
boats.
That seems to be
So it's
the crucial difference.
I'm practicing it right now, and I'll probably
what has surprised
within the
you
next
last
couple of
year
weeks
and a half?
open up a new
So,
map
I
for
mean, we
it.
can start with kind of all of those things. So I was surprised
pretty-
by the decision to
I'm like hooked on it. I
I
spent all day yesterday playing it and didn't even live stream at all.
I
So
was extraordinarily.
that's how much I'm
critical
liking it right now.
when he did that, as I continue to be. I think that the only mitigating factor there is that our Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is actually living on the real.
So I'm trying to, learn how to play it. I mean,
the effects of some of that, and then,
basically
of course,
picking up a bunch of
Is
logs
he just admitting
and
right there that
selling them.
Trump isn't really living on planet Earth? I mean, he says that in a way where he's like, at least our
So it gives me
Treasury
good
Secretary
cash flow
is
coming in.
planet Earth. But you know who else is living on planet Earth? Is our
There's-
lead chair,
there's-
who
there's
said that about
Only a
2/3
couple of fields, like
inflation
4 fields, and
due
they're
to
not very
tariffs.
big.
thought
And I'm not sure. I haven't tried to make any new
so
fields out of
Liberation Day
it
tariffs,
yet.
which of course the
I'm not
Supreme
sure how
Court did.
that's
So
going to
my
go.
main argument with regard to President Trump for a while has been that the
Right now, I'm having a
guardrails
hard time
largely
placing
hold,
buildings
that it wasn't as though there wouldn't be
and
mistakes
animal
or
sheds.
bad ideas that were put into practice, but that the guardrails would hold, and that his worst mistakes would end up being mitigated by the pushback of reality.
This is such a shitty argument, even if I were to grant it. So you're going to elect a lunatic president who you know is a lunatic and just hope that one person steps into place to stop him. Call that the guardrail. I mean, what if Scott Bessent, what if the Supreme Court didn't strike the tariffs down? It's all just such an awful argument. How about we just elect people with good ideas in the first place?
Which is, I think, sort of what happened with the tariffs, is that even though the sort of most blustery comments about the tariffs that he made, many of those ended up being walked back, holes ended up being punched through. Again, I'm not in favor of what he did with the tariffs. I think they've had some pretty disastrous effects, particularly with regard to our relationship with Canada.
They can't even defend Trump anymore. They're not even trying to defend Trump.
But I will say that let's put it this way: what he put forward in a poster board that had nothing to do with actual tariff rates and everything to do with actual deficits. That again, I'm not sure why I should care that we have a trade deficit with Ethiopia, but everything that was on that poster board ended up not being what is the reality today. The tariff rates on that poster board are not reflective of today's tariff rates, so put that out there. And again, that's not to say that you were wrong, I was right. I wasn't right. It is to point out that the sort of outcome of everyone gets tariffed at the rates put out on Liberation Day, that is not what the outcome was. As far as Mike Pompeo, my case was that it wasn't really...
Dude, bro is working overtime to defend, oh my god, he's going on, he's working overtime to defend Trump's awful policies. Sorry, I've been sitting here letting us be subjected to Ben Shapiro's ranting for a few minutes now without jumping in, but he is working so hard.
Marco Rubio has done a pretty good facsimile of what Mike Pompeo probably would have done as Secretary of State, so I'm not sure that counts to a majorment. As far as the idea that he was staffing up with loyalists who are unlikely to challenge him, I agree with you that he has staffed up with people who are much more loyalists to him than they otherwise would have been in Trump #1. And I think that one of the things that he has found, to his surprise, that many of those loyalists have not turned out to be particularly competent, and now he's shifting back toward a sort of more professional class of people inside his own administration. And here I would cite the substitution of the Secretary of Homeland Security, really, that Kristi Noem was defenestrated in favor effectively of Tom Homan, who is a significantly more...
After a year in multiple deaths.
He definitely likes to stick his hand in the fire, and when it burns, he tends to pull his hand out. That is, again, not to suggest that there were no risks at all, but that the actual policy that has emerged from the administration, the actual overall policy, is actually, I think, not too wildly far from what I would have expected having charted out term #1. I don't see a wild kind of swing into Never Neverland in term 2 as opposed to what we saw in term 1.
What about the fact that when Trump pulls his hand out of the fire, he often pulls out lots of cash with it? So they take the tariffs, right? I understand that you draw comfort from the fact that the Supreme Court backstopped some basic sanity with respect to the tariffs, but he nevertheless used this tariff policy and other levers of American state power to wring out an astonishing amount of money from our allies and enemies. I mean, he slaps a 46% tariff on Vietnam. Vietnam gets that reduced by greenlighting a $1.5 billion resort deal for the Trump family. By most estimates, the Trump family has made somewhere between $1.4 and $4 billion now
grifting with their cryptocurrency schemes and other machinations. None of this is getting walked back, at least.
Yes,
it's not going to get sent to prison, but
you asked it. Sorry, I did forget to say. One thing that has shocked me is the level of familial corruption. I will say that has surprised me.
He's a criminal. Why would any corruption shock you? He's a fucking criminal.
Would really matter.
What fucking stupid, Ben Shapiro. Man.
Okay, I disavow.
Stupid. He's a fucking 34-count convicted criminal, convicted of
I'm
fraud.
not sure what we mean to disavow.
Why do you not expect corruption? That's all he's about.
It's a sort of
corruption.
Choice of lesser
Well, you fucking dumb fuck.
So disavow Trump in favor of what? I'm happy to disavow his behavior with regard to World Liberty Financial.
Fucking sheep. It's the best way to describe
about that on air when it broke.
Fucking sheep. Whatever Trump says, oh, that sounds good to me.
What level of corruption would have caused you to disavow Biden when Biden was running against Trump? I mean, the politics didn't have...
No. The scale is nowhere near. Joe Biden was largely clean as a whistle. If I were to grant the worst interpretation of Hunter Biden using his name to get a board seat on Burisma, if I were to grant that is like a grain of sand of corruption on Donald Trump's entire beach of corruption. Donald Trump has made billions. His family has probably made tens of billions in dealings, cryptocurrency, golf courses. Just because Hunter Biden maybe got a board seat using his family's last name, that is nowhere near.
Apparently,
no, it is. Yeah, so it's a lesser of two evils calculation. But I mean, we came from a world where, had President Obama received a cashmere sweater from some foreign power, it would have hit the news cycle as some kind of scandal. And now we're in a world where we're just, we're counting billions, and the billions don't seem to matter. I mean, what would be so scandalous on this front where you'd have to say, all right, it's just incompatible with American democracy and America's role in the world? I mean, again, this touches other things. It touches foreign policy, in my view. I mean, ask yourself, had Maduro had the wisdom to have purchased $1 billion worth of Trump's meme coin, do you still think he'd be running Venezuela?
I mean, I can't speak to that since it didn't happen, but I will see.
You're the biggest hypothetical giver in debates. You're always talking about hypotheticals. Now he's dodging them. Sam Harris is asking
because it doesn't support his political narrative. That's why.
Exactly where I would want to go with it.
Say that if he had done that and then the president had suddenly come out in favor of Maduro, I would have thought that was insipid and insane. So,
I mean, I just think that there's such self-dealing and such corruption and such a focus on self here that it's hard to say that Trump is effectively representing anyone other than himself and his own.
Well, I mean, I think that when it comes to the interest that he's been pursuing in crypto, I think you're selling past the sale with me, Sam. I mean, you're not arguing with somebody who's arguing.
It's not just crypto. It touches everything. So you and I are going to talk. We'll talk about the war in Iran. I think you and I will probably view it in very similar ways, except for the fact that I think you probably will draw a lot of comfort from Trump being in charge and doing the things you think he should be doing, whereas I think because in my view, he believes almost nothing except in his own, just gratifying his own rapacious appetites, that he's only accidentally aligned with the interests of Israel or the interests of the West against jihadism. I think he's capable of selling out anything you think he cares about in favor of self-interest. I think he would.
Very well said.
The deal with Gulf states. I mean, to just take the fact that we're selling NVIDIA chips to UAE, even though they do military exercises with China, and this poses obvious security concerns. That's just that was a World Liberty financial deal, right? That's our interest.
Well, so here's sort of my question: is you are using his intent to try to discern future pathways for his behavior, and the point that I'm making is that if that were the case, you probably could not have predicted many of the things that he has done on the foreign policy front, including his action in Iran, based on...
Man, the Trump administration has Ben Shapiro making some bad arguments. I mean, this is a guy who's capable of putting together good arguments. I don't think we should be so arrogant as to say that he's a complete idiot. Ben Shapiro is a smart guy. but he's putting together bad arguments because he has to give infinite charitability to a failing administration. If I were Ben Shapiro, I'd be like, yeah, dude, you're right, Sam Harris. It's very messed up. I shouldn't have defended it, but Ben Shapiro can't do that because he's audience captured and already losing his audience. Just remember that. That's why we are building our own independent media apparatus where we continue to fight, continue to push forward for a better future, not giving in to any of the forces that capture people, just us. I love you all. I'll see you in the next video. And peace out.
Come on, man, what the fuck?
He's a threat to our very life and our values. I mean, he's a vegan who thinks God is non-binary and that there's actually 6 biological sexes. It's hard to imagine someone more radical than that.
And Paxton embodies the broken political system that we're running against. He is the most corrupt politician in America. 3 years ago tomorrow, he was impeached by his own party for using his public office, his position of public trust, to enrich himself and his donors at our expense. And that is exactly the problem in our politics. It's puppet politicians who serve themselves and their billionaire mega donors instead of serving us. It's why we can't afford anything. It's why we can't get ahead no matter how hard we work. The system is rigged by corrupt politicians like Ken Paxton.
And that is your matchup for the Texas Senate seat after Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton's dominant win over 4-term incumbent Senator John Cornyn
And every
in a
Democrat,
runoff election.
every Democrat in America, Willie, says thank you. Because what they have just done, by this guy right here, by overwhelmingly doing it, which is again, I'll give you, there needs to be a strong Republican. Really? This one? You? No, I don't think there needs to be a strong Republican Party, especially if this is what the Republican Party faces. But it's hard to estimate. Did Texas cost the Republican Party $20 million?
Definitely cost some money.
$30 million? $40, $50 million? $100 million that they could have spent in Maine, that they could have spent in Iowa, that they could have spent in Ohio, that they could have spent in Alaska. Like, they have cost Republicans maybe $100 million that could go to other competitive races. Meanwhile, really, Donald Trump has enraged Republican senators who are now saying, okay, first of all, you get this Yahoo that you endorse. And now we're going to have to work with, rightfully, very angry John Cornyn, Tom Tillis, just go, yeah, exactly. So, yeah, this is a huge win for Democrats.
Yeah, I'm hearing the $100 million number that you just cited that they're not going to have to pour into.
Cool, Austin.
I think you and I both share that long-time skepticism of Texas turning blue. Right. They haven't had a statewide elected representative in Texas elected Democrats since '94.
They also haven't had a guy like this.
Well, I was going to say, but this is a different kind of Republican candidate. Donald Trump, people remember, swooped in last week at the Columbia Long Cloud and endorsed Ken Paxton. John Cornyn wanted that endorsement. Paxton won last night by almost 30 points, 28 points is the margin. It was not close. And now you saw the glint to the eye of James Talarico. And I'm saying for the first time in a long time, we at least think we have a big shot here.
Look at the sheer odds for a political candidate. Paxton's sort of a unicorn. He has all these different traits. No, all these different traits.
Can I give you one quote, Joe?
Please.
Well, firstly, you could ask his wife about his character. That's one way she made that public a lot last year. But this is a quote from Senator Tom Tillis, Republican. Yeah. Quote: "To call Paxton ethically challenged is to call Jeffrey Dahmer suffering from an eating disorder." There you go. That's from Republican Tom Tillis. True.
Okay, Jeffrey, we'll go right to the item.
Are you now like the Pope attacking AI? What is this?
stop it, or you like the Pope?
Exactly. Yes, you are.
In some ways.
In some ways.
In other ways,
Not, sir. Yeah, right. It's conveniently said, sir, you go back to the Pope. You were John O'Leary, $100 million. The Democrats just got to, first of all, let's just talk about how bad of a DNC chair Ken Martin is. And let's just talk about how crazy the Democratic Party is, that at times they should be striking up the old FDR happy days are here again, but they've got 20% approval rating, and they're getting completely blown away with fundraising. Completely blown away. Why Ken Martin is there instead of, first of all, Bill Rico at the beginning, or anybody else. Force Rahm Emanuel to go back in because Rahm wins, and I know a lot of Democrats hate that. I know they hate doing the smart thing. But my God, he is so horrible at his job. I'm sure he's a wonderful person, a wonderful community. I'm sure he's a great husband, great if he has kids, a great father, a wonderful football coach. But running the day, great at carpools and his friends' guards that goes out in school, But as a DNC check, he's just horrible. They are getting crushed by the Republicans. I say how many such an impossible job. Right. Ask Rahm Emanuel, who said we can do 50-state strategy back in 2006. Did it. They won. But that said, once again, there's a divine providence to kind of quote Bismarck that protects fools, drunkards, and the Democratic Party. And in this case, Ken Martin, the DNC, has got a $100 million windfall thanks to Texas voters.
Yeah, Rahm Emanuel too busy running for president to run the DNC right now. We'll see if Ken Martin hangs on here.
How does he hang on?
It would be unlikely. The handling of the autopsy last week was universal.
Oh my God, what's wrong with him?
I mean, you shouldn't have come out. It should have either come out initially or shouldn't have come out at all, and then they sort of.
Why doesn't he just say early on, hey, I'd love to release this, but it really sucks?
Right. I mean, it makes no mention of either Joe Biden's age or gospel. I mean, it's a deeply flawed. Didn't even have a. Didn't have a conclusion. It annotates repeatedly. The DNC had the right. We disagree with this. We disagree with this. We disagree with this. And it also just reopened old wounds for a party that, to your point, Joe, is trying to turn the page. Just say, hey, we have the wind at our back right now, and that includes in Texas. Now, for Trump's endorsement,
Martin, Republicans have over $100 million cash on hand. RNC. Democrats are $4 million in debt because nobody trusts Ken Martin or the DNC to give them any money.
Yeah, it's a combination of no trust for Martin and the DNC, and still residual bitterness as to how 2024 was handled, and the Biden-Harris handoff. There's a lot of anger and suspicion among some Dem donors. We think that certainly come presidential, that will change. But right now, there has been a reluctance to give that money. And they've got a shot here now to put the Senate in play. It is still an uphill climb in Texas. And I think that the Trump endorsement came mostly not because he wanted to put his thumb on the scale for a win. He saw the win coming, and he wanted to jump on board Paxton and claim the victory. But this is now, to your point earlier, Tillis, Cornyn, Cassidy, 3 Republican senators out because of what Trump wanted. We're not going to be super inclined to help him.
On top of Murkowski, on top of Susan Collins, who's going to desperately try to win a state that was, plus 5, 6 for Harris. I mean, it's going to be tough. John Meacham's with us. John, I'm going to give you sort of a potpourri of things to do. You can talk about the Knicks. You can talk about the fact that we have Pope. A lot of people call him the Potomac Pope with us. Are you talking about Ken Paxton last night? I know there are some historical parallels there. You and I talked about this yesterday. Perhaps a bit of the John Birch Society. What's your take on the Republicans in Texas desperately trying to seize defeat from the jaws of victory?
A nobody Texas hillbilly single mom married to Mr. Preston. You know what? If you're married to him, I'll quit my job. You better yet, I'll have this.
Trying to seize defeat from the jaws of victory.
Well, Texas is always fascinating, not least because you think about the last 60 or 70 years, when John Tower won LBJ's seat in 1961, it was a signal of what was about to happen over the next couple of decades in Southern Republican politics. First Republican since Reconstruction with Ron Tower, and like a young George H.W. Bush to challenge Ralph Yarborough in 1964, begin to make the state a little more competitive. And you wonder, even in this deeply polarized world, whether a nomination like Paxton begins to put the country, Texas and parts of the country back in a post, the beginning of a post-Trump place. To me,
it doesn't help you, but go ahead, John.
Yeah, but the central question is, of the last 11 years, will we know in 2028 whether this has been the age of Trump, which it indisputably is historically, or is it the age of Trumpism? And that test begins this fall.
Okay, so let's take a look at the nominee here in Texas. During his time in office, Ken Paxton has repeatedly been accused of bribery, fraud, and self-dealing.
That's by Republicans, though.
But has never been convicted of a crime. Months after he took office in 2015, he was indicted on 2 counts of securities fraud. In 2020, a group of aides reported him to the FBI, accusing him of bribery and abuse of office to help a friend and political donor. In 2023, he was sued by the State Bar of Texas for his efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. In 2024, after 9 years and several legal delays in the securities fraud case, Paxton finally settled, agreeing to a $271,000 fine and community service. In 2025, an investigation by the Associated Press found that Paxton claimed 3 homes as his primary residence, allowing him to save tens of thousands of dollars.
Wasn't Donald Trump trying to get people arrested for doing that?
Loan payments, yep. But he has never faced legal action for this.
I'm Ruben Pallister, and I'm going to tell you about Mark Kennedy. The first time I met him, he was only a kid. We found him again. He's the best, worse than all of us. Don't talk like you're better than me. I hate when you live your life, but that doesn't stop me wanting every bit of it. I still trust you, man.
All right. Let's get this straw picked up because we need to pick up that hay and get it
Hey, John,
into the
I've
farm
never
supply
heard
factory
Ken
before we
Paxton
run
give a
out.
speech
Looking at
before
running out.
tonight. I listened to his victory speech, and it was just the flattest public speaking I've seen in quite a while. He spent, it seemed to me, most of the time talking about our first guest tonight, James Tallarico. We're going to show viewers exactly what he said about James Tallarico. James Tallarico, if he hasn't heard already, is going to hear it on this program. What Ken Paxton said about him, and this will be the first place where James Tallarico gets a chance to respond to Ken Paxton tonight. This really will be, in this hour, the campaign officially.
What you got for me, Austin?
The general election is launching. This race could determine control of the Senate, so I can't wait to hear what he has to say.
General election in Texas underway right now at this hour.
Exactly.
Thanks, Jen.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Thank you. Well, Texas Senator Lloyd Bentsen
was one of the very few politicians in American history, and the only one who I can personally remember, who won and lost an election on the same night. In 1988, Lloyd Bentsen appeared on the ballot in all 50 states as the Democratic candidate for Vice President of the United States, and at the same time, on the Texas ballot, Lloyd Bentsen appeared as a candidate for re-election to the United States Senate in Texas. The presidential ticket of Michael Dukakis and Lloyd Bentsen got 43% of the vote in Texas in 1988. And at the same time, the same night, Democratic Senator Lloyd Bentsen got 59% of the vote in his re-election campaign for Senate, thereby making Lloyd Bentsen the last Democrat to win a United States Senate election in the state of Texas. And the next year, James Tallarico was born. He is now the Democratic candidate for Senate in Texas, trying to do something that hasn't happened literally in his lifetime: win a Texas Senate seat for the Democrats. The Texas law that allowed Lloyd Bentsen's name to appear on the ballot twice at the same time for two different offices was written by a Democratic state legislature and signed into law by a Democratic governor so that Lyndon Johnson, the majority leader of the United States Senate at the time, could appear on the Texas ballot for two different offices in 1960. And they were the same offices that Lloyd Bentsen appeared on the ballot for. On election night in 1960, appearing on the ballot with Lyndon Johnson as his running mate, John Kennedy won the presidential vote in Texas with 50.5% of the vote, while at the very same time, Lyndon Johnson won his re-election to his Senate seat by 58% of the vote. When Lyndon Johnson moved up to the vice presidency, the Democratic governor then appointed a Democratic senator to take Lyndon Johnson's place. And for some in the Democratic Party, that now distant dream of Democrats winning in Texas has never died. And tonight, James Tallarico might be the best chance the Democrats have had to win a Senate seat in Texas in 38 years. Some polls earlier this year have shown James Tallarico leading both of the then Republican candidates who faced off tonight. And now we know the Republican candidate will be Texas State Attorney General Ken Paxton, who was endorsed by Donald Trump. And joining us now, has been covering the election results in Texas tonight, MS Now's Ali Velshi. Ali, what's the latest? What's happening in some of those other Democratic primaries?
Well, Tallarico was a strong candidate to start with. Got a little stronger tonight with 63% of the vote. Ken Paxton, as you have said, is going to be the Republican candidate for Senate in Texas. That's going to be very complicating for a lot of Republicans, moderates, and independents in Texas who may not vote for Tallarico, but they may sit home and not vote for Ken Paxton. A couple other races I just want to tell you about. The Attorney General GOP race has been called in favor of Maeve Middleton. He was running against the Republican member of the House, Chip Roy. That one won. And I know you're going to be talking to James Tallarico in a couple of moments. I want to take you back to the March primary that he won. Here's what's got to happen with James Tallarico in order to win the state. A lot of things have to happen. There are a few counties down at the bottom of Texas. These are the Rio Grande Valley counties. Representative of things that go on around here, but heavily Latino, Hispanic votes that have gone toward Donald Trump and have started moving back toward Republicans. And James Tallarico is going to appeal to that demographic. That'll be good. Then the San Antonio and Austin column, where he needs to do well. The area around Houston, where actually he lost to Jasmine Crockett, but a lot of Democratic votes in that area. Then Tallarico got to succeed in converting over to Tallarico votes. And then the Fort Worth, Dallas Metroplex, and the counties around there. Again, Jasmine Crockett, that's her backyard, that's where she's from. She did very well in these districts. But again, those were Democratic votes, and remember, more Democrats showed up on that March 3rd primary than Republicans did. You know,
obviously got to win all over the state. But if James Talarico can win with high margins in these particular areas, this will stand him in good stead. The complicating factor now, perhaps in his favor, is that Ken Paxton is the Republican nominee. That's fantastic for Donald Trump. That's fantastic for the MAGA base. It may not be fantastic for Texans in general and Texas Republicans in particular.
Alan Melchi, thank you very much. And reading off our election coverage tonight is Texas State Representative James Talarico. He is the Democratic nominee for the United States Senate in Texas. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. This is the first time you've joined us where you know you'll be running against in November. Is this the campaign you wanted? Talarico versus Paxton. Is this the opponent you wanted out of this Republican primary?
All right, where's my repair truck? My fuel truck too. Where is that thing? Here? Where'd I put it? Where'd I leave it?
Well, Ken Paxton embodies the broken political system that we're running against. He is the most corrupt politician in America. 3 years ago tomorrow, he was impeached by his own party for using his position of public trust to enrich himself and his donors at our expense. And that is
That might be it right there.
Politics. It's other politicians who serve themselves and their billionaire mega donors instead of serving us. It's why we can't afford anything. It's why we can't get ahead no matter how hard we work. The system is rigged by corrupt politicians like Ken Paxton. And so it's going to be all of us. It's going to be Democrats, independents, and Republicans. It's going to be urban Texans, rural Texans, suburban Texans. It's going to be all of us coming together, the people versus Ken Paxton.
Let's listen to what Ken Paxton had to say about you tonight. And I have to tell you, I don't know if you've heard this already, but he spent a good deal of his victory speech tonight talking just about you. Here's what he had to say about you.
My opponent is the most extreme radical the Democrats have ever nominated. He's even running a vegan campaign, whatever that is. He goes by a few names that you may all have heard of. Some people know him as Tofu Talarico. Some people call him Six-Gender Jimmy. I've even heard some people call him James Talarico. And others refer to him simply as Low T Talarico. But no matter what you call him, let me tell you this. James Talarico is a threat to everything we hold dear here in this state and in this country. He's a threat to our security and our safety. He wants open borders and even said a welcome mat should be at our southern border. He's a threat to our children. He wants
The open border lie. Okay.
gender mutilation surgery.
First of all, you have to establish what an open border is. The border between Tennessee and Kentucky is officially an open border. Ohio, Michigan, an open border. There's a sign that says "Welcome to Michigan" or Ohio, depending on which direction we're going, and there's no checkpoint. The border to Mexico and America has never been like that. You can't just drive, welcome to America, and just keep driving without stopping at a checkpoint. That open border lie just needs to fucking stop, because it's a fucking lie. It's propaganda and it's a fucking lie. There's no such thing as open border.
To imagine someone more radical than that. No matter what he says,
I get so sick of hearing that shit.
He races. The reality is that James Talarico is going to be nothing more than a Texas-based
What are you writing?
Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats.
That is it. That is, as of tonight, the Paxton campaign against you. What is your equal time response to that?
Well, Ken Paxton is morally unfit for office. He'll lie to you with a straight face. He's failed the character test. He's the most corrupt attorney general of our lifetime. And he puts the interests of himself over the laws of Texas. Those aren't my words. Those are the words of Ken Paxton's fellow Republicans. This November, working Texans, Democrats, independents, and Republicans alike are going to come together to defeat the most corrupt politician in America and the broken political system that he represents.
So he's going after you in very personal terms. He's calling you, he's got names for you that we just heard. I don't want to repeat some of those. But obviously, he's going to spend a great deal of his time talking about you and transgender issues and children. What do you want Texas voters to understand about that?
Well, this is how public politicians like Ken Paxton stay in power. You know, he's spent his entire career selling us out for his donors. And that, I think, is going to be apparent to Texans over the course of this race. And so the only way he's going to hold on to power is through distraction and division. This is the oldest strategy in the world, divide and conquer. They divide us by party, by race, by gender, by religion, by all this culture war stuff. So we don't notice that they're picking our pockets, that they are closing our public schools all over Texas. They are gutting our healthcare, raising our premiums for Texans all over the state. And they are raising taxes on all of us while they cut taxes for themselves. And so I think Texans see through this game. They realize that we're being pitted against each other with these old, tired culture war fights so that corrupt politicians like Ken Paxton can hold on to power and continue to enrich themselves and their billionaire mega donors.
What about Texas voters who want to know from you on this particular issue? Is Ken Paxton telling the truth about you in relation to these issues, especially involving what he was just talking about there, transgender issues involving children?
No, Ken Paxton is
Celebrate America's 250th anniversary at the iconic place that made a revolution. To reflect the revolution is a place for us that you step inside the legend. What is immerse yourself in the events that shape culture? Then text your own was the lyrics that shape. This year, celebrate America.
I overthink those things. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Honestly, this is why we really don't. Most media events are only designed to create this. But this is designed with anxiety, targeting, inconsistency, discomfort, with one. It works best in those 15 minutes and lots of purposes. You can get a all online without having to go to the Find out for yourself. Today.
Comments, taking them out of context to try to paint a picture, trying to make me as someone I'm not. You know, Ken Paxton has a criminal record. I have a legislative record over 4 terms in the Texas House of Representatives, where I brought Democrats and Republicans together to pass 65 partisan bills to cut property taxes, to raise teacher pay, to lower the cost of housing, prescription drugs, and child care across Texas. And I'm going to put that record up against Ken Paxton's criminal record any day of the week, twice on Sunday. I've called out the extremes in both parties, on the right and the left. You know, I've called out Ken Paxton for his blatant illegal corruption, but I also called out President Biden. He failed as a leader our southern border. So I'm not interested in going to Washington, D.C. to serve one political party. I'm going to Washington, D.C. to serve the people of Texas. Like the exact opposite of what Ken Paxton does. He serves himself and his billionaire mega donors at the expense of the people of the state.
You just heard Ken Paxton say that you are for opening borders. What's your response to that?
I just told you that they were including things that I've said. This is a perfect example because I said our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a welcome mat and a lock on the door, meaning we can welcome immigrants who want to live the American dream, who want to make us richer and stronger in the process, and secure the border and keep out people who mean to do us harm. We can do both of those things at the same time. It's public politicians like Ken Paxton who want to grandstand on this issue of immigration, who want to make people afraid. That's why he's cutting my comments in half, because he wants to paint a picture. He wants to hold on to power despite his career of corruption. So we're going to keep telling the truth over the course of this campaign, and I think Texans will know who's actually fighting for them, who's fighting to lower their costs, who's fighting corruption, and it's not Ken Paxton.
It's very clear that he's going to follow the Donald Trump model in so many ways, including, by the way, his own ethical behavior, according to the public record. But you're going to be subjected to a number of nasty names, and we just heard a couple of them there. He tried out tonight. He'll be trying out more of those. And I'm sure people out there around the country are wondering, how are you going to counter that? How are you going to fight back against that? Because they've seen Donald Trump use that kind of technique successfully, especially in states with a lot of Republican voters. And as we know, Texas is one of those states with a lot of Republican voters who apparently respond to that kind of name-calling and insult.
Well, you know, I've gone to every corner of Texas already over the course of this campaign. From Beaumont to El Paso, from Amarillo to Brownsville, and everywhere in between. And I can't tell you the number of people who come up to me at the end of these events and whisper, I'm not involved, like they're in the witness protection program, including a lot of people who voted for President Trump in 2024. They voted for him because they thought he was going to lower costs. They thought he was going to drain the swamp. They thought he was going to end the forever wars. They thought he was going to release the Epstein files. But just 1 year into this administration, they've seen him do the exact opposite. They've seen him raise prices through his crazy tariffs. They've seen him grow the swamp with unprecedented corruption. They've seen him start new forever wars, including the latest war in Iran. And they saw him do everything to prevent the release of the Epstein files. And so a lot of the president's supporters in Texas are feeling disillusioned. They're feeling disillusioned with this extremism, this corruption that is embodied by politicians like Ken Paxton. And so we have a real opportunity to build a big coalition of Democrats, independents, and Republicans who are fed up with this extremism and this corruption. That's exactly how I flipped the Trump district in Williamson County, Texas, when I first got elected to the State House. It was by building that big coalition, that big tent. And this politics of name calling, trolling, and owning, that politics has a record low approval rating in this country, including in Texas. Those nicknames don't lower your grocery bills. They don't lower the price of gas. They don't lower the cost of housing and childcare, prescription drugs, and insurance. It doesn't actually improve people's lives. And so I think in this election, what you're going to see is a deep hunger for servant leaders who are actually going to deliver for working Texans, going to make their lives easier and better and less stressful, rather than enriching themselves and their billionaire neighbors.
I want to go to one of the issues you would face as a United States Senator now in the Senate, and that is a vote on a war powers resolution which would limit Donald Trump's ability to continue his war in Iran. How would you vote on that? shut down all the computer systems.
Let's go analog. Vote to limit these presidential powers. I would vote to end this disastrous war on as quickly as possible. You know, as a millennial, I saw how military disasters like the Iraq War robbed this nation of young lives, of billions of dollars, and of our moral standing around the world. And I think this administration is making the exact same mistakes in Iraq. And so I think we need to bring this war to an end. We got to start lowering the price of gas for working Texans who are already squeezed. And we got to get our foreign policy back to some kind of sanity.
James Talrico, please stay with us. We're going to squeeze in a commercial break here. When we come back, I want to show some of the campaign ads that already have run against your opponent that he survived, which is kind of it's inconceivable. That a candidate, possibly in any other state, would have survived what he's already survived as a candidate. James Talrico, please stay with us. We'll be right back. And we're back with Texas Democratic candidate for Senate, James Talrico. Let's look at some of the TV ads. I know you've seen, because everyone in Texas has seen them, but these are the TV ads that Republicans ran against Ken Paxton, your new Republican opponent, and he survived these ads. Let's watch this.
It's voting time, so let's cut through the bullshit. Crooked Ken Paxton cheated on his wife. She's divorcing him on biblical grounds. So now Paxton's wrecking another home, sleeping around with a married mother of 7. While in office, Ken Paxton's net worth increased by up to 7,000%. How possible? Crooked Ken is now worth $12 million. He owns 11 homes, claiming as his primary residence. Well, we know Ken Paxton cheats. Just ask the mother of his children. Why does Ken Paxton go easy on child predators? A Waco attorney, Adam Hoffman, sexually abused a child 3 years. Paxton gutted the case, offering him just a slap on the wrist.
Are those important issues in this campaign?
Absolutely. There is no more important issue than protecting our children. And the fact that Ken Paxton would let a known predator back out on the streets to me is unconscionable. And it's going to be part of our prosecution of Ken Paxton in the months ahead. Texans will understand the choice that's before them, the choice of the most corrupt politician in America, and a candidate who is running on trying to lower costs and clean up corruption. There's going to be a contrast between service and selfishness. And I look forward to making that case to the people of Texas.
Do you, based on everything you've seen, understand, can you describe how Ken Paxton so massively increased his net worth on a government salary?
I think we're going to have plenty of time in the weeks and months ahead to explain to Texans exactly how that's possible. Some of it is already known. We know that Ken Paxton was indicted for fraud. He was impeached for bribery. He has shown over and over again that he's only concerned about himself and that he's willing to use his position of public trust, his public office, to enrich himself at our expense. And again, Ken Paxton owns 11 homes while we can't afford one. Ken Paxton's net worth went up by 7,000% while our pay has been stagnant. So this is going to be the fight before us, because this is not just about Ken Paxton. It's about the corrupt system that he embodies, that he represents. If we can defeat the most corrupt politician in America in this year, in this race, in this state, then we can defeat this entire corrupt system. And if people watching are ready to join the movement that we're building, I hope they'll go to jamestallarico.com, sign up to volunteer, sign up to donate, because we're going to need everybody if we're going to defeat the most corrupt politician in America.
There's a University
My
of
argument
Texas
would be
poll
Trump is the
from
most
April,
corrupt politician.
now outdated, but
Ken Paxton is
April,
number 2.
Tallarico versus Paxton just isolated the two of you, and it had you running at 42 and Ken Paxton then running at 34. Now he's a winner of the Republican nomination. Now he has Donald Trump's endorsement, so we don't know what that would mean to that polling now. On the issue that we just discussed before the commercial break, Donald Trump's war in Iran, the University of Texas poll showed in Texas 49% disapprove, 37% approve. So that your position obviously is the winning position, as it were, in that particular poll, and the winning position with Texas voters. How important do you think that issue, that the war in Iran, is going to be between now and November?
I think it's going to be a very important issue. You know, Texans are feeling the pain at the pump, and it's because of this disastrous war in Iran. You know, I put forward a proposal to suspend the federal gas tax, which would lower gas prices by 18 cents a gallon immediately. I've also proposed suspending because the price of diesel goes up, the price of everything goes up, because that's how all of our goods are shipped and have to transport it. And right after I did that, President Trump came out in support of suspending those two federal taxes. And so I think what Texans are looking for are leaders who are going to fight for them, who are going to focus on reducing costs, focus on unrigging this economy so that it works for regular people again. And that's what we're going to be focused on for the rest of this campaign. Ken Paxton embodies this corrupt, rigged system, and we're going to build a movement to unrig it on behalf of the people of Texas.
You're going to have to get Lloyd Benson's old seat on the Senate Finance Committee to be in a strong position to get those fuel taxes suspended. That's where the action is on that one. As you know, and I'm sure you know, and I'm sure you've talked to, there are some John Cornyn voters out there tonight who are gravely disappointed and would have a difficult time trying to cast a vote for Ken Paxton in November, but they are Republicans and they vote Republican. What do you have to say to those Cornyn voters tonight who are so disappointed with this outcome on the Republican side in Texas tonight?
Well, first I want to thank Senator Cornyn for his many years representing the state of Texas in our nation's capital. He and I don't agree on everything, but we both still believe in public service. The idea that these positions of public trust are meant to be a service to our constituents. And so to Senator Cornyn's supporters, I know you're feeling disappointed tonight, but I want you to know that you have a place in our campaign. This movement we're building is bigger than any political party. It's bigger than partisanship. It's about service versus selfishness. It is about serving the people of this state, improving people's lives through public policy. And so I
need more than that.
Any of the senator's supporters to join us this evening as we embark on this journey to take back our state and take back our country from corrupt politicians like Ken Paxton.
You know, there are so many millions of voters around this country tonight in states that have never voted for Donald Trump. Big states, New York, California, Illinois, all over the country, Massachusetts, and so forth, who are staring at Texas, wondering how could they possibly choose Ken Paxton over John Cornyn. John Cornyn, a solid Republican, who's done everything that solid Republicans do, a Trump-supporting Republican. Ken Paxton, indicted, impeached, caught having affairs, a stunning personal biography for a politician to have, and not just survive an election, but win big on the Republican side of the ballot in Texas tonight. There are people out there in the country staring at Texas, just wondering how that could possibly happen.
Well, I just want to remind those folks around the country that our campaign is leading in every public and private poll that we've seen against Ken Paxton. And so I think there's going to be a backlash to this extremism and this corruption that Ken Paxton embodies. I think you're going to see those old-fashioned values of honesty, integrity, and service make a comeback in this election, in this state, in this race. And I urge anyone watching to join us and help us make this possible, because this is not just about Texas. This is about whether or not we can transform this broken, corrupt political system, and it's going to take all of us joining together to make that possible. And so I feel confident, I feel it in my bones, that we're going to win this race in Texas, and we're going to transform this broken system in this country.
James Talarico, you joined us here on the program for the first time before you won the Democratic nomination. Then you joined us immediately after winning the Democratic nomination. But tonight feels like the first real night of this campaign. It is James Talarico versus Ken Paxton in Texas. Thank you very much for starting off that campaign here tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Coming up, will the defeated Texas Republican Senator John Cornyn become the next Republican senator who might vote against Donald Trump's bill? That's my
We did solve everything to get them there in as little as 15 minutes. It's irrelevant. I hated how bland sex had become. Having to wait killed the mood, and by the time the old pills kicked in, fire and performance had passed. Because it combines sildenafil and dolafil, I get the fast action I need right now. But it also saves my 36 hours, so I don't need to plan everything. Those meds just help them, but that's only half the story. I switched to this because it helps me with people around. So I'm not just performing, I'm actually feeling passion.
Here at Noble Night Games, we've been carefully growing the world's largest collection of tabletop games for 25 years. With fresh, big new releases, finally aged vintage classics, hard to find imports. You can buy, sell, trade, and play with us at our store in Pittsburgh, Wisconsin, or shop online 24/7 anywhere you just love nature. We're open fresh daily, over 90 years.
Donald Trump did not attend his oldest son's second wedding this weekend in the Bahamas. Donald Trump's RSVP excused for not attending his
Does anybody know why?
son's
The Bahamas don't allow sexual predators. He's been convicted of raping Eugene Carroll.
Yesterday at 8:23 a.m., Donald
So
Trump
he's not
posted
allowed.
this on social media. Negotiations with the Islamic Republic of Iran
That's why.
proceeding nicely, exclamation point. And then U.S. Central Command put out this statement. U.S. forces conducted self-defense strikes in southern Iran today to protect our troops from threats posed by Iranian forces. Targets included missile launch sites and Iranian boats attempting to emplace mines. That's not the kind of thing that happens when peace negotiations are proceeding nicely, as Donald Trump The House of Representatives is now in recess, which the Speaker of the House started a bit early last week to avoid a vote on Donald Trump's war when the Speaker reportedly knew he did not have enough votes to win support for Donald Trump's war in the Republican-controlled House of Representatives. Joining us now is Congressman Adam Smith of the state of Washington, is the top Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee. Congressman Smith, might it be the case that the House and the Senate have to stay out of session in order to avoid Donald Trump losing a war powers vote in both the House and the Senate at this point?
Yeah, well, he already lost the one in the Senate. So in the House, it's a tougher call. And the reason that they got rid of it, they canceled the vote last week, was because there were Republican members absent. I have not yet seen Republican House members that have changed their mind. They should, obviously. The war has been a disaster and it's very unpopular. But House Republicans have been sycophants of Donald Trump, first, last, and always. So we're going to have to keep the pressure on to get them to change their mind. But we'll find out, because we're coming back into session a week from today, actually, and we'll have that vote. It certainly should be a vote in this war.
We just showed that poll with James Tallarico in Texas, University of Texas poll, showing Texas opposition to Donald Trump's war in Iran. If that's where Texas is polling, then these Republicans are not going to be coming back from very many of
just in case.
Which will not have a lot of support for this war.
Yeah, they're clearly on the wrong side of the
This
issue.
game can be
I'd like
touchy.
to ask that 37%, what exactly is it that they see here? This war has been manifestly a disaster for this country. The costs are enormous. We've lost 14 service members, hundreds wounded, thousands of civilians killed. The local economy, skyrocketed gas prices, amongst other things here locally. But then we've also not accomplished anything. Iran is now being run by someone more hardline and more extreme than when the war began. They've dug in deeper. We've accomplished none of our goals, and now the Strait of Hormuz is basically under Iranian control, and they're negotiating how much we and the rest of the world are going to have to pay them to open it up. Look, loyalty to Trump, I guess, explains that number. But I hope people get past loyalty to Trump and start costs of Donald Trump's policies on the American people. And I think that pressure is mounting.
Congressman Adam Smith, thank you very much for joining our conference.
Thanks, friends.
Coming up,
Be right back.
President Obama was in Texas earlier this month to campaign for James Tallarico and will surely be going back to that again. Ben Rhodes, who served as President Obama's Deputy National Security Advisor and speechwriter, will join us next. On the night James Tallarico won Texas Democratic nomination for the United States Senate, he said this.
There is something happening in Texas. The people of this state have given this country a little bit of hope. And a little bit of hope is a dangerous thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happens in this Republican runoff. We already know who we're running against. The billionaire mega donors and their corrupt political system. Not any one politician, not any one political party. We are running against the broken system and the powerful people broken.
President Barack Obama recently campaigned with James Tallarico in Texas.
When I was a student here at the University of Texas, I registered voters for the campaign of then Senator Barack Obama.
Now I'm here at UT campaigning to send James Talarico to the United States Senate. He's building a movement by bringing neighbors together. In this era of division, a new politics is being born right here in Texas.
Ben Rhodes, an Obama speechwriter and former Deputy National Security Advisor, has published a new book titled All We Say, The Battle for American Identity, a History in 15 Speeches. The 15 extraordinary speeches include, of course, presidential speeches and speeches from Martin Luther King Jr. and Benjamin Franklin, as well as a 1966 speech on the steps of the California State Capitol by Dolores Huerta, one of the leaders of the National Farm Workers who were protesting the exploitation of farm workers in California and around the country. Dolores Huerta, who today, at age 96, is still an activist, leader, and at times a protester, said in that speech 60 years ago, the social and economic revolution of the farm workers is well underway and will not be stopped until we receive equality. Farm workers are moving. Nothing is going to stop them. The workers are crying for organization, and we are going to organize them. We may act in strange and unusual ways in our organizing, but we're willing to try new and unused methods to achieve justice for the farm workers. In his book, Ben Rhodes writes, by the time I went to work for a Democratic presidential candidate, Barack Obama's rallying cry was, yes, we can. A direct quote of the slogan that Dolores Huerta had coined for the farm workers decades ago. See, say, play. Joining us now is Ben Rhodes, former Deputy National Security Advisor for President Obama, and is now political and national security analyst. His new book is All We Say, The Battle for American Identity, a History in 15 Speeches. It is published today. Ben, thank you very much for joining us tonight. I'm so struck by so much in your book, and you're writing about inspirational speakers, about this. You've linked James Talarico into this group of inspirational speakers who have really moved the way we see things and changed the way we see them.
Yeah, but I think there are a couple of things to this. First of all, we exist, we're so trapped in the present for Donald Trump. We're so trapped in the day-to-day drama. And we can forget that we exist and they continue. The reason I went into history for years is because you find this connected threads. It's so often long speeches, as I pointed out, and the synergy between Dolores Huerta's activism and Barack Obama's campaign. But also, more importantly, when you go back and you look at how the best people have done, there's a moral language that they use. It's not just about policy. That's important. It's incredibly important. But the policy has to flow from what your moral vision for this country and its identity is. FDR, just to take a few people in my book, FDR didn't just talk about a program. He talked about 4 fundamental freedoms that define America. And Martin Luther King did not just talk about the dismantle segregation. He talked about his dream of a multiracial America, where black children and white children be judged by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. Barack Obama talked about, I am my brother's keeper. I am my sister's keeper. These are ideals and values that then inform the policy vision that they have. And I think one thing that the Democrats have lost in this Trump era is we're so angry about Trump, or we're trying to find the right formulation about middle-class economics, and we forget to make it about something bigger. Politics at its best, particularly the Democratic Party, is about something bigger. So when I hear James Talarico on this stuff talking about how his Christian faith compels him to care for his neighbor, we need to talk to you, Lawrence, about values of integrity and service and honesty. But those are things that people of different political persuasions can get behind. And they're things that we badly need to counter-program what Donald Trump is doing to this nation.
I think what people think, it's a book about fashion speeches. Well, it's a lot more than that, because you give us an awful lot of your own written analysis about it in addition to the speeches. But they are just not the speeches you expect. I sort of had in my head an expectation of what these speeches would be. It's not what they are. One thing that I find that it does link up, and by the way, totally fascinated by the linking threads of 1966 history by Boris Berger to Barack Obama in the 21st century. There's a lot of that in the book because all of these speakers are optimists. That's the one thing that they all share in their time. Benjamin Franklin, an optimist of this country, Martin Luther King, a realist, knowing how hard the battle was that he was in, but always.
Why is it not telling me what button it is? Switch from the brain to the open door. Dang it.
He led an army. He led a nation. At George Washington's Mount Vernon, his story remains, preserved in the place where history unfolded. George Washington's Mount Vernon is home, where the past is present.
Always an optimist. Dolores Huerta, always an optimist. To this day, an optimist. And these are people who knew they were in very long-term struggles. They knew they weren't going to have a victory in a couple of months that was going to settle things and they could relax.
That's right, and thank you for pointing that out. It's not an anthology. In each chapter, what I do is I describe the distinct circumstances that produced these words. What was the life story of the person that allowed them to give that speech? Importantly, what movement did they either come out of or did they build in order to deliver that speach? And I think what there's something very specifically American, Lawrence, about that idea of what you just spoke about, to really persuade people, right? The best speeches, the most consequential
That's
ones,
better.
they either
Wonder what's taking so long
mobilize
to
and
empty it.
persuade. To do that, you're not just telling people what you believe, you're telling people why you believe it. You're asking them to take a chance on hope. You're asking them to believe in a future vision that might seem really hard to attain. Frederick Douglass, at the height of slavery, speaking about a multiracial future of abolition and multiracial democracy. That is someone literally trying to speak history into being, knowing that he's not going to see the full fulfillment of his vision in the same way that King was not going to see the full fulfillment of his dream. In the same way that Dolores Huerta on the steps of that Capitol didn't just talk about collective bargaining rights and the workers' agenda. She said, we are here. We marched from Delano, California, all the way to Sacramento, hundreds of miles. And she's standing there and says, we embody our needs to you. We demand to be seen, is what she's saying. And I had Ronald Reagan, too, who also spoke his way into the presidency and built a movement in similar ways. So you can do
Still
this
got
in
those
different
two fields to
persuasions.
start, too.
We need to get back to that kind of
It's probably going to wind up
storytelling,
being
global
big, so I think
storytelling.
that's
And I
why I'm
see
going
it
to wind up
in
being
the people
short
in
on.
Talarico, John Ossoff, even Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, some of the younger Democrats are kind of beginning to find a language that looks beyond Donald Trump. And I think they will be benefited by looking back and seeing how people have done this in the past, because they're taking the baton from some giants who were activists and politicians before them.
Yeah, and one of the characteristics of the people in this book with these speeches is that they all know or knew who they are. They didn't have to find out what to say from someone walking in with talking points. That's not the way it worked for Franklin Roosevelt. These are people who, you know, obviously Ronald Reagan had speechwriters, but he also had core beliefs that began before he became a political candidate, and that's true of all the people that you write about and the people you've written about in the Times who are in the present day practice of this. They're all people who seem to wake up in the morning knowing who they are, and they don't need the speechwriters to tell them.
They knew what they believed. I mean, FDR was just extraordinary to spend time with him. And, you know, the Four Freedom speech was delivered in 1941. He'd just been reelected. Germany has conquered France. The war looks bad. He's got to convince an isolationist Congress to provide a blank check of support to Britain and probably to get the war. He had a draft of his speech. Something was missing. Called in the speechwriters the night before. He said, I have an idea for an ending. I want to go with this concept of four freedoms. What is this? Because it's not enough to tell people what my program is. I have to tell them why they have to make sacrifices, what this nation is all about. He knew intuitively what it was, and he spoke that into being.
Ben Rhodes' wonderful new book is All We Say, The Battle for American Identity, A History in 15 Speeches. Ben, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Someone's hurting her and your daughter.
It's a pretty, he's tapping into a deep currents in American history, not good ones. What are we tapping into in response? And how can we use words? You can't do this in an op-ed. You can't, speeches are distinct, and they are where we feel the connection with the audience that can change things. And I think we really need that to get out of this.
Hi everyone, welcome to Press People Podcast. My guest this week is truly one of my favorite people. He's a familiar face to millions of Americans as he helps us on a near daily basis to make sense of Donald Trump's most dangerous moves on the world stage. Largely viewed as having a mind meld with former President Barack Obama, he's also one of the architects of some of the most successful and significant foreign policy achievements in recent history, notably the Obama administration's Iran nuclear deal. Now he is an author, best-selling author, and the co-host of the podcast Pod Save the World, an indispensable guide to the great global unraveling that Donald Trump has unleashed. In his brand new book, All We Say, Ben looks at 15 important speeches in history in order to tackle one of the biggest, most enduring questions in American history and politics. What does it mean to be American? So this is the Best People. This is Ben Rhodes. Hey, my friend.
Hey, Nicole. I'm so excited to be doing this. It's funny. We get to see each other in passing. So to have like some time to reach out with you, so I've been looking forward to this.
What is it that you hold on to, and what made you write your first book really rooted in history?
Two things really led me to this book. The first is my last book was about authoritarianism, and I was looking at Trump, Viktor Orban, Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping in particular. And one of the things I was really struck by, and I learned in writing that book, is how central history is to authoritarianism. Basically, what autocrats do is they rewrite history, and they make all of history a prequel to their ascent and their power. So Putin had to make the collapse of the Soviet Union a catastrophe that necessitated the strong. In the same way that Trump has a kind of story about American history that all culminates in his election. He's here either to turn back the clock to some mythical past, make America great again, and or to, essentially exalt a strong man who can solve all of America's problems. And so that led me to history. I'm not an historian, but as a speechwriter, I thought speeches could be a window through which to understand American history differently. And the other piece of it, Nicole, is it's possible, and maybe some of your listeners feel this tension, to give up on it. To kind of feel like all the things that we were taught feel like they weren't true, about the checks and balances of the government, about perhaps the kind of...
I think I'm going to go ahead and shut it down now. 4.5 hours, not bad.
There was inherent...
All right, it's 9/18, July 1st, second year of this map. This is Farming Simulator 22, Michigan Farms Map, Michigan Pizza and Donut Farm, Part 59.
Is when people...
Thanks for watching, and we'll see y'all later. Y'all take care. Bye.
We're living through stood up and changed this country for the better. Not in the present, because the present is so